Here we go. In theory. Okay. Good evening, Selma. How are you? Huh. You're right, just at work. Nice. Brawler. Daring Demolition. Die Young. None of this is terribly exciting. We keep getting, like, lands for our rares, or, like, nothing much. Hey, Darkstar! Could just... I'm gonna take the Daring. I think going 2 colors for these 3 is not... Like, if this were a Cloud Blazer, probably take that. There are a lot of better 2-color cards than some of these. Like, this one's fine in an artifact like Boros deck. This one's fine in an energy deck. Like, it's a good card, but it's 2 colors early. So I'm just gonna take the unconditional removal spell, I think, over the Die Young, and hope it gets there. Green Belt, nice. Decoction module is so good. I'm not gonna get that back. I like Hawk okay. Puzzle Knot's fine. Decoction module and Green Belt are both great. This one's fine too. I think I just take the Rampager and go, but the module is tempting. Here's a Die Young. There's also a Daredevil Dragster. And a Fragmentize. Kingpin's fine. Sage is also fun with the Rampager getting that out early, but again, Die Young also fine. So we're gonna grab this. I like Ballista Charger fine, but there's a Thriving Rhino right here. There's a Subtle Strike. I like this card quite well. It's fine, but I'm gonna take the Thriving Rhino here because we have the Rampager, etc. Ether Chaser's really good. Nimble Innovator's fine. We're gonna take the Seed Sculptor and keep going with what we have. I don't really like this one very much. It can do stuff, obviously, but... Again, there's some white that's interesting, but including the Mastodon's fine, but we'll just keep going, I guess. See where we can go from here. It's so cute. Such sad art. Alright, Essence Extraction is really good. Wouldn't mind a live fast at some point. Okay. Not a bad start. See whether my tea is drinkable. Yep. Yes, it appears to be. It appears to be. Alright, I think I fixed this. Yes, come here. Ooh, Weaponcraft Enthusiast and Revoke Privileges and Subtle Strike. Nice. And a Prophetic Prism. This pack is stacked. Okay. Sorry for the noise. I can run a Rush of Vitality. Fragmentize is very good. Shipwreck Moray, Consulate Turret. Interesting. I don't know how much I'm going to be reliant on energy. Like, I like Rhino in this and Die Young, but I think I'd prefer this for now. Nimble Innovator's a little late. We're gonna take the Wanderer. Okay. Wanderer's pretty good here because we do have like a couple double black spells already. Alright, here's the Consulate Turret that we could do. I do like Fortuitous Find often, but we don't have any artifacts for it yet. We'll probably get some, but... Yeah, we're gonna try that there. Okay. Mono black spells there. I think I need sandpaper. Hey, Donnie! Alright. Fenholler. Okay, we get a Consulate Turret anyway. I think the Implement of Examination is quite good, but I'm not near blue yet, so... I mean, if I have to get up on the green, that's not the worst. We could also splash something, but I don't really... These aren't good enough to splash, in my opinion. My favorite card from this set. Yay. Get in. And I can run it, finally. Alright. Okay, I think that's enough. We're good. Now I can... Ooh. Riparian Tiger here. Or, I mean, Welding Sparks, Inventor's Goggles. Skywiller shot, all really good. Ether super excellent. Huh. What if I did go the blue? If I did go the blue, I'd take the Ether Swooper here. I'd lose these 4. Interesting. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. All right. Hey, Rudy, how you doing? Ooh, never mind. We're good. All right. And Ether Poisoner too. Shakshay. The black is really open, which is really nice for us. How about this Consulate turret? We'll see. Underhand. Oh, there's a self-assembler. Interesting. The blue is the blue, like the 2-drops are in blue here. The Ether Meltdown's really good, and the Ether's Theorist is also very good. Suro Expedition is fine. I do like this, but we really don't have a lot of artifacts. So I'm not sure I'm supposed to take that. I think I'm supposed to try and take this first self-assembler, even though we have pretty high casting costs here, and I'd prefer to take a 2 or 3-drop. Even a 1-drop, but I don't really have options to do that here. Okay. Hi, Lord Crispin! We have Chief of the Foundry, which I can take, which is fine, because we do have the Weaponcraft Enthusiast that does make some artifacts, and we can pick up artifacts on the way here. I think I am going to take that over the Defiant Salvager, although I do like this card quite a bit. We'll see how it goes from there. Tezzeret's Touch, huh? Night Market Lookout is interesting. I'm probably going to take the Pillar Bug. But the white is lovely here. Metallic Rebuke is a good one. Tezzeret's Touch is great as long as you have like an artifact base. We just don't have early artifacts that much besides the stuff we make off the Enthusiast. So it's less good than it would be. Okay, I'll take a Settle Strike here. Again, the second, like, it's another innovator that we could take if we wanted to go, like, into the blue and just let the green go, which might be what I'm supposed to do. But not gonna do it yet. Okay, Sage is fine. There's another Settle Strike here, which is nice, but Sage is good with the stuff we have that requires energy so far, so not too bad, and it helps the die young. Pillar Bug is reasonable. Yeah, no, it's a fine card. It's not great, but it's fine. We're really glad we took that Fortuitous Find now that we got, like, the Gear Hulk. It's super cool, super cool. And we do kind of want to find another one of those, like, Defiant Salvages or whatever it is that sacrifices artifacts. Because if this gets put under, like, an enchantment-based removal, we want to be able to sacrifice it so we can bring it back with a find. Okay, squad's fine. Late Gear Seeker Serpent. More self-assemblers, more better. If this weren't double green... I don't mind running a Skygate in this, but I'm going to take the mold for now. Hey, Gamer, how are you? The artwork in this set is all pretty stunning. Free rare. Actually, in case I go the blue, I'm going to take the Ether Theorist. Like, if I got the blue Gear Hulk, I would switch, I think. We did miss out on a bunch of blue, but each time there was something decent of black in the pack, and then we got a few things for green. So we'll see what the last pack has for us. Baral. Ooh, Cloudblazer. I'm so far away from that, I can't. There's like, I'm gonna take a Seed Sculptor here. I love you. Alright, we get the Self-Assembler here. Thopter Arrest is great. Peace Walker Colossus I'm not a huge fan of. Oh, nice Ether Swooper for the blue. Alright, we can take a Self-Assembler here. Ooh, Pacification Array. Also another Seed Sculptor, which I'm not actually... I don't have a problem with that because we only have 4 2-drops, 1 1-drop. I don't like really... The Foundry Screecher is kind of meh in this as well as a few others, but I really like Pacification Array. I think it's great. But we do kind of spend our mana pretty well in this deck, and so I'm kind of thinking about this. It's just such a better card. Ooh, wow. Thank you. So, like, Pacification Array is better than Mold and Obsolete. And maybe then Rush of Vitality. Like, these three are kind of middling. Oh, God. Okay. So I love this card. I think it's fantastic. But I kind of really want this because the way this deck dies is to flyers. Oh, man. I mean, this can take out some flyers, too. Fine. I'm going to try this again. I love Druid of the Cowl, too. If I hadn't picked up the other Aetherborn, I would take the Druid of the Cowl and have to just go from there. Another Seed Sculptor? Okay. We're just going to sculpt all the seeds. I wish we had the Signpost snake that can, whenever we add +1/+1s to things, it can... It can add an extra one. Okay, I want none of this. So I'm just gonna take the Fateful Showdown and put it in the thing there. Oh, that Ether Swooper. Dang. Hey Meridian, how are you? Oh, Appetite. Nice. Subtle Strike number 2, also fine. But I will absolutely run Appetite over Creeping Mold. I'm not running either of those more, I don't think. Well, maybe. There's a slight chance I run, so I'll put that over there. Hey, Joni! Oh, incoming ad break in like 45 seconds. Thank you so much for sitting through it. I really appreciate it. It is the only reason we have a stream. And so I really thank you so much. I know ads are super annoying and I apologize. Why is Glimmer of Genius pick 13? There's no way that that is correct for any... I'm not taking a third Pillar Bug. It's so miserable. I do think I probably should have been in blue. Instead of the green, but each time there was something that was good in black that we were taking instead of the blue. And there were enough things in green that they were okay, but I think the blue would have been better. But yes, thank you all for sitting through that. I really appreciate it. You can subscribe with Prime for free and take Bezos bucks and give them to me, or you can subscribe on the normal way and you can avoid the ads that way, or there's plenty of other cool streamers on, so I recommend them too. If you would like to skip over there for no ads. Yeah, we could add a couple Ether Swoopers, Glimmer of Genius, Aetherist, couple Innovators, the Kingpin and the Touch. Wow. I mean, because you can make the little, with the Ether Swoopers, you make the little 1/1 servos and then use Hezret's touch them up. It's pretty sweet. But, okay. But this is our deck, for better or for worse. I didn't take that. There was one prism thing that I could have taken that I didn't. To fix mana, but I didn't do it. I don't want to cut stuff. I like this card. I think it's good. It's very... maybe I keep this. I want to try it out again. Okay, so the things that I'm thinking about here, because I have Fortuitous Find, it makes less sense for me to try to protect my creatures with the Rush of Vitality. The reason to run the Rush of Vitality is, again, we're very vulnerable to flyers. And if we can't remove them with these other things, then we're in trouble. The Pacification Array can deal with bigger flyers, as can Daring Demolition. And maybe Monstrous Onslaught if we have something bigger on the battlefield. So it's possible I don't need Rush of Vitality. I also have 2 Pillar Bugs that can gain lifelink already, as well as the 2 Aetherborns that gain life and the Noxious Gearhulk. So I'm thinking this is one of the cuts. The Subtle Strike puts a +1/+1 and gives -1/-1, which is a lovely combat trick. But I think I actually, instead of that, want to use the Make Obsolete and try that one out this time. Just because on the whole, there are a lot of things that you can see that have 1 toughness, including these little Fabricate tokens, etc. So I'm going to pull the Subtle Strike in favor of that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's approximately where I want to. I don't really want to go any lower on the spells, and I like all of these spells quite well. As far as the creatures go, I do like this in this deck because it can help us get to the 5 and the 6. But otherwise, it's not synergizing with anything. Like, I'm not really that worried about getting to 5 or 6 either. Like, and it just doesn't do much for me otherwise. And I'm not trying to... I mean, the only thing is it does fix... Like, we have double green... So many double greens and so many double blacks. That's the thing. But the thing is, I'm going to be running fewer green overall because we have so many double black that this is, like... If I'm missing something, it'll be a green. So running the Wild Wanderer is going to be a little bit difficult. Anyway. So... And maybe that's an that's an argument for like Subtle Strike here instead of Monstrous Onslaught, or something early instead of Onslaught because it's double green, and the only other double green we have is the Tiger. We do need green early because again a lot of our early drops are also green, but I do like the Seed Sculptors, the 3 Seed Sculptors, just because we can pump the Aetherborns and the Pillar Bugs with them. That's the main thing. The Pillar Bugs are already pumped by the Chief in theory. Can also be pumped by the Chief, but the Seed Sculptors on the Aetherborn is pretty sweet. And making any of this bigger is nice for the Onslaught, so I like the Seed Sculptors. They're also early drops to make sure we don't get overwhelmed, because they can be 2/3s themselves. But I could let some of them go. I'm also considering what to do about this, just because it adds 3 energy, but I mean, this one adds energy for itself, that's fine. But this one and this one, like this 3 energy is, you know, not enough to do too much, except maybe prop the Diang up once, and maybe get 1 more counter on this and 1 more attack on that. I don't know that this one is one I should keep. So this one is one I'm looking at letting go. I think it's more powerful to have +1/+1 counter than it is to have the energy. Because effectively that would translate to an energy on this anyway. All this would really allow us to do is on 3 we could play this out without having had to cast it twice the previous 2 turns. So, and maybe get a 6 attack with 6 for this, but I think we're just gonna let those go for now. I don't want to cut a land. I'm probably gonna run 41 here and just run like this. The question is 9/7 in favor of black, because I really do want to get the Aetherborn out, and that's 2, 3, 4, 5 double black spells. The idea of running 7 green is a little rough because the Tiger and the Onslaught are both there. Maybe instead of Maulfist Quad, I want... Actually, for that reason, maybe we run this over the Maulfist. I do like the Maulfist better because it has Menace and then it produces the artifact that can get pumped by this, but I think this is better. Alright, we'll run like this. Okay. Here we go. Okay. This is only true until they get another card in hand sometimes. Like, that's mixed up or something, or like discard a card. Like, yeah, it's weird. Sometimes you do want to write it down on Arena. Make obsolete can be very worth it. Like I said, the fabricate tokens and all the things it does kill. It's also an instant speed thing, so it can really work out well for the new combat rule. Alright, I really want to do this. But if I draw a Gifted Aetherborn, I'm going to want to play it on 2, and I'd have to play this out to do that. I'm still going to do the green belt. They go and kill my Rampager? Alright, well, I got some energy. 3 colors? Jesus Christ. Perfect 3 color, wow. Alright. And happened to have the fatal push for my elephant. Oh well. could go so wrong. That's amore. Well, Appetite's like useless against their deck. Alright. You've been Ulamogged 3 times in a row by 3 different decks. Oh, jeez. Is that constructed, I hope? So this can become... Okay. That's good for us. Okay, I like my position now. Better than I did. I still don't like it very much, but it's better than it was. So if they have removal, this is gonna suck, but there we are. I could have attacked the Pillar Bug, seen what they do with the Mora, but then I couldn't cast the Aetherborn. Hey, Skogan! This is the first one. It is not great. They have a good stuff and have drawn perfect mana for it, so that's nice. Our deck is really good, but this one could be a bit rough. Do they want to use some energy to kill this? Ah, that card's sick. We need to find some of our big stuff. These are 2 very premium cards. Haven't played Magic in a bit? Oh, well, welcome back. Welcome back. Dizzy spells. It's my Mizzix deck. Yes. Alright, well, they have the nuts and all the mana to cast it, so... not much I can do here. If only I had one more mana. If only I had one more mana. Open here. Oh, they have our rare as well. Oh, good. Unbelievable. And I need another black source for this. We do have more black than green, of course. Hmm. Yeah, we're not getting this one, unfortunately. I mean, I can Fortuitous find back the Aetherborn, but the problem is I can't then play it, because unfortunately we drew fewer swamps than forests. We have 7 swamps and 5 forests left in the deck. Hmm. They haven't played a single artifact for this, but they did play an enchantment to use to kill this, but I didn't have one more mana to kill the enchantment before damage. I can wait until this dies and get back both, but again, I won't be able to cast both unless I draw another swamp. But I think I have to play it like that. Yeah. They've drawn perfects. Their draws are just perfect. And including with the mana, like, I can't compete with that. And none of it has made this card useful, save the card that I didn't have it open to play. Yeah, I'm dead on board. For the past 3 streams, it has seemed that anybody who goes 3 colors gets better mana than I do with 2. Which is always amazing. I'm jealous. Yes, I could kill my own token to gain 2 life. I did consider it there. It wasn't going to be enough on the next turn because of the more. Alright, let's put the disease spells deck away. Be right back. Gotta find... oh yeah, dinos and stuff. Okay. Okay. I mean, if if Arena's gonna reward you for doing so, like it seems to be doing for my opponents, then yay, I probably should. They probably got the right idea. I mean, like, literally, I have more swamps than forests in this deck. And last game, we had more forests than swamps. And this game, I don't have any swamps. Despite the fact that we have 2 seed sculptors that I can play early, I can't keep this. How is this possible? I give up. 8 forests, 9 swamps, and we can only draw fucking forests. I might have to just... Maybe I should stop just period playing tonight. This is pretty rough. Like, if Arena's determined to be as mean as it was the last 2 nights, none of those was fun Magic. Land-wise, we just weren't playing. Last time, the last game, like, they were, the deck was good and it was, you know, functioning on all cylinders for them, but, yes, this set is where Gear Hulks came from, definitely. Sure. Imagine drawing a swamp in our deck that has more swamps than forests. Thanks, Brett! Worst draw in the entire deck. Literally, I would take another forest over that. That is the worst draw we could possibly have. Fucking amazing. Unbelievable. The only other self-assembler that we could fetch. Rendering this card nearly valueless. Okay. I don't know why we're doing this. Well, I can fetch a swamp. We are not blocking. This is so bad. There are 2 forests left in the deck. Sorry, 3, I think. 3, because we are running 8. Sorry. Yeah, 8, right? There's 3 left. Yeah, 3 left. Whereas, look at all of those swamps. This is so stupid. I hate it. Hey, Griddle. I don't understand. Like, these days of streaming have been miserable. Like, it's not just like one draft. It's every draft. That's fucking awful as far as mana. Yeah, go 10-7 swamps and never go forest drawing forward. Exactly. look at those lonely 2 forests. Look at all those fucking swamps. What do you think? Please don't lose to this deck. If I can't play, I'm going to lose. Did I post nasty things about WotC? Not to my knowledge. I thanked them for inviting me to Vegas. For the con. So I have the Chandras minus the 2. Yeah. Good, another double black card. Which is the reason we put more swamps in our deck than we put forests. Oh look, a broken rare. This has been 3 days of this. 3 streams. 3 days. Of this. This kind of luck. Exactly, Protein. Like, I can't... It's 3 days of this. It's not... It's this level for 3 days. Yesterday, we had 2 separate drafts where... And one we were running 10 blue sources... and 8 black sources, and we couldn't draw a second blue source for half our deck in 3 separate games. 3. So that draft just ended on that. Then the next one we couldn't draw. We did in fact have 8 sources of black. Couldn't draw the second source of black. That was a different Demir deck that day. It's been 3 days of this. Non-stop. if it gave me a break on occasion, I'd recover. I do recover quickly. I came into this being all excited to play, and now I'm already just like, no, I don't want to do this anymore. Statistically, this is very, very unlikely. Look, more forest than swamps. Again. I'm gonna get on the board rather than wait to put a +1/+1 counter on something. That's the second person with a turn 1 or 2 fatal push. Still no lands. Much less a swamp. We go Pillar Bug. Still no lands, much less a swamp. Sure. They were gonna do that anyway. That was what I figured. Once they didn't have a response to the Die Young, that's what I thought they might have. Where are the swamps? I play this game? I want this in place so I can block the dragster. So we've drawn one land this entire time, and it was another forest. Oh, Lord. So Swooper can attack, make a 1/1. The underhanded designs can kill the Prakata. But at least I can play the Self-Assembler. And get the other Self-Assembler. On top. Look what happens when you can double spell. Now I'm going to draw every single swamp on my deck, by the way. I just want to point that out. That's a lot of value that they have just because we couldn't play cards and get through. We did play some cards, but like it would be so much better to play the other stuff, the self-assembler sooner and get there because yeah, now they can just do all the things. Look, another forest. I'm gonna die in the air, huh? Pacification Array would be really good. Make Obsolete's okay. Daring Demolition's good. Appetite's fine. Monstrous Onslaught and Gear Cloak would be great. Onslaught's not really good here. It can do 4 damage. It's fine. It's not great. Jesus. Yeah, our deck is supposed to overwhelm theirs pretty quickly with like our bigger creatures and stuff, but we just had no time to double spell or do anything or play the assemblers or the bigger spells fast because we just didn't draw any lands. And let alone like 2 swamps, of course, but yeah. Oof. Make obsolete would be great. But like I said, we're just gonna draw lands forever. Whee! It's all clumped. All right. I can't get through the Fen Hauler, so we don't really have attacks yet. Gosh, this was a fun draft that I got to play cards with. I don't know, chat. I don't know that... This is enough to break me, and I will play Magic until the, like, for you know... Oh, you know me, for like 14 hours at a time. Three non-games. Fun. Look at this beautiful deck. Sure would have been nice to play it. That run was similar to our last 2 days of streaming. That's what everybody says, Lord Chrisman, and then we have the same fucking thing again. Like, if you've been watching... If you want to watch the VODs to see what I'm talking about, they're on YouTube for free. Gluttonous can do some stuff. If you have a really heavily artifact-based thing. I don't like it as much in this. Because it feels like there are just a little bit too, you know, a little too few artifacts for this to be as good as it was in just the pure Kaladesh Revolt. I forget which one it was in. But it's a lovely, if you can get a preponderance of artifacts, it's a great value card. Filigree Familiar is really good. Hunt of the Week is really good. And Defiant Salvager, as we saw last time, definitely has a place. This is a nutty card. Grab it. It's sick. You got a great pull for your Pokemon release? Nice! Congratulations! Now this pack is awesome. I would take this Servant or Welding Sparks, but like Die Young and Daring Demolition really good, but these two are excellent. Oh, I like this card. I would probably try to do this and fail, but yeah. Morning, Vega! Fairgrounds Warden is excellent. I would take that here over Thriving Rhino. It always feels like Arena's taunting me. This one's fun. You can make it work. As you saw. Usually opponents are actually playing cards. So... and putting pressure, so it's harder to do. Pia is really good. Out of this pack before Pia, I don't actually know what I would have taken. I don't like a lot of this. Double color here is fine, but not great. I don't really like the Sly Requisitioner. The rest of this is kind of butt. So I might have just taken the Contraband Kingpin. But Pia's really good, so we take that. Dayang Malfunction, Ballista Charger, all fine. Probably I would take Dayang over the Ballista Charger. Ooh, Bestiary's great. I like both Spin Out and Hour of Victory. I think I would take the Spin Out, but... ooh, nope, take that. That's good. But Hours, you could make a case for Hour there. I think I like Spin Out slightly better. Broodwagon here. First pick, first pack. Huh. Would you take Duretti or Broodwagon, chat? Oh, the Walmart stuff? Okay. You got it. You got that. Still Brood? Yeah, I think I agree. I think this is a little bit more of a memey one, but it's a good one. I just think the Broodwagon's better. I take Molt Tender here for knowing the rare. I like Engine Rat. I like some of the other cards, just they're fine playables, but... ooh, I've always wanted to try this deck out. I haven't gotten handed it yet. Am I excited for Tarkir? Will Arena let me play? If Arena will let me play, then I'm excited for Tarkir. I'm excited for any fucking Magic that I get to play at this point. Glory Heath Link Snow Contest. Obviously, there's wild cards here, but yeah. Oh, I want to play with this again. This card's great. I would take that. You could make a case for the links over this, but I really like this card. Dismal Backwater? I like Serpent Safine in this. It's not as good as it was in Kaladesh, of course. Goat is a fine card. Siphon Fuel's an okay removal spell. Apocalypse Runner, meh. Yeah, bad pack overall. I agree. I might take the Backwater because of that. Just take Duretti and make a deck. Okay. Oh my god. I don't know. I'll give it another shot, I guess. This is so miserable. I don't even... You probably hate watching this too, because it's just me being like, I don't get to play. Cool. We can watch opponents do cool things. I mean... that's nice. I don't know. I like... yeah. Oof. Ugh. All right, let me fix up my rune deck and see if I just have one card that I wanted to shift in. If I don't have a foiled Dour Port Mage in there, I want one in. So good in this. It's an ETB deck, so it's Bant ETB. Rune is mostly for color, as its name. don't see it yet. Maybe I didn't put it in at all. Hey, thank you so much, Lord Crispin. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the 6 months. Thank you so much for your support of the stream. You're amazing. I don't see it. Maybe I haven't put it in yet. All right, spectacular pile up is a good oh crap button. We're gonna grab that. Okay, I guess I haven't put one in yet. Ooh, Spikeshell Harrier. Yep, pretty much. There's no contest, but there's some okay cards in this pack. Overall, not that impressive. Oh, thanks, Griddle. That's really sweet. I don't... Oh, I have it. It's in the sideboard. I see, and it's just an alternate art. Okay, I'm gonna do the foil on the sideboard, and I'll mess with that later. Wonder if I want a mirror room in this. All right. So, which do you prefer? I think I prefer the foil. The foil art is just spectacular. I really like this art, but I'll put it in a different deck. But I think do you agree that the pre-release foil over the alternate art? Let me know. All right, we're going to take a diversion unit over Hazard of the Dunes, I think. And a lightning strike. The foil for sure. Okay, good. All right. So put that over there. Do I just take the diversion unit and go into like white-blue artifacts, or do I try and take this hazard here, given that green is overdrafted? I think I just take the diversion unit. Barrage is good. Thopterist is fine and probably what I'm gonna have to take here. Scrap Compactor's also okay. I'm gonna take the Thopterist for now. Interface Ace isn't awful if we get some of the big blue-white 6 drops. Yeah, I don't know. I'll try this. I like Disciple okay. I think I take that over Surveyor, Thopterist, Scouter, Interface Ace, and Broken Wings. I don't think these are even in contention, nor this. Hull Drifter, Wreck Remover, Starting Column. Could splash for this. Not a big fan of that. Siphon Fuel good enough as a removal spell. Hey, maybe I take the first Starting Column over the Hull Drifter. Nah, we'll take this. Optimizer, Buccaneer, Wreck Remover, Daring Mechanic. I really like Buccaneer. Even though this is an artifact that can ramp us to other things, I think we just take the Buccaneer here because it goes in so many other decks too in case we don't get the blue-white artifacts deck. I think we're maybe supposed to Magmakin here and try for the... I mean, it looks like we're supposed to try for the cycling deck. Given what I'm seeing, like, there's a few white cards, but I'm gonna take this and spec. That the cliffs is interesting too, but I'm gonna see what happens here. All right, Serpent is better with the artifact deck. Kickoff Celebrations is better with the discard deck. So I do have a choice here. I'm gonna go with the Serpent for now. I mean, there's a crag if I want to do all the things. Is this... Can I do this? Is this... I think I'm just gonna take a sarcophagus. Alright. It cycles. Huh. Ugh. I could take the nesting bot. Could take a starting column, but I think this heavy's fine. Ready and a diversion unit. Sundial. This card's such a house. I can't take it here though. Okay, so the question is Sundial or Duretti? Unit is good in both. I haven't gotten to play with this card. I'm gonna try this. I haven't been impressed with the white that I've seen. And it's just not being opened, really. I don't even think that people are taking it specifically. I really like Flood. I need 2-drops, but I really like Flood. This is what I was looking for. Anything like this to like help us ramp out big white, artifacts. But we don't even have any big white artifacts. We don't have the flyer. We don't have the thing. So I just don't think the white is going to be where I don't know. It's going to be rough either way. But I think I take the Verge here because splashing for the Howl Squad heavy is not bad anyway. There's also a Crash and Burn. Thunderhead. Well, there's a Ride's End. This would be the... That's a good card, but if white wasn't open in the first pack, it's not going to be open in the last pack. I think I'm just going to take the Thunderhead. What the hell is this pack? If I'd seen any of the big, like the chariots or the blue-white thing, I would take these, but I can't really. Whatever, let's mess with... this isn't gonna work out anyway. We're just gonna do whatever the hell we feel like here. All right. We have flood the engine. I like roadside blowout, but we're gonna take the other flood here. I also love, obviously, gunner. I think we read where we were supposed to be. Like, I now think we figured out the lane, but like, we're not seeing sort of the more powerful cards for this deck, and it does need a lot of powerful cards to be good. So I'm a little worried about this one. And by little, I mean like super. We don't have the payoffs besides the like stupid artillerists for draw discard. Yeah. I don't know. Like, this is just a bad draft. The cards didn't really go our way. I don't know. I think we figured out where we were supposed to have been. But we finally found the quick welders in the second and third pack, but we didn't see any big white artifacts. So was someone DC'd in this one again? I don't know. I didn't check. I should have. Seems like someone is in every one of ours. All right, I'm going to see. Which one of these I feel like not playing first. So we're going to try and get this draft. See what deck we have. See which one we want to play first. And go from there. But I don't know what that draft was. I think we found the right lane, but there were no Makos, none of the little 1/2 flyers, none of the sloops or whatever it is, none of the rares, nothing. So disconnected is DC'd. And that can mess with the draft because the bots will start picking for the disconnected person. And we've had a disconnected person in like many of our drafts so far. Or at least somebody who picks very, very slowly. That could be the other thing. But like when 5 packs gather, right, with one person for a long time, it's usually that they're DC'd. So if you look on the thing and only one person has all the packs, you're like, oh. Good times. Comcast, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get my vampire deck and see what we do with that. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay. So, I have a question. I have to find the card, though, first. Okay. The original Captivating Vampire from M11 or the Retro Border Captivating Vampire from Innistrad Remastered. What do you think? The original? We've got 2 votes for original, as opposed to the, Retro Border. Okay. So we'll keep the Retro Border then. I was wondering. Okay. Alright. I have a lot of decks where I keep the original rather than, like, doing, you know, blinged outer foils. Gonti is a thing. Cloud Blazer's great. Rebel's good. Demolition's good. We're taking Gonti. Let's hope we can play it. Yay. I love Gonti, but yeah. You like the retro? Okay, so we've got 1 vote for the retro as well. Whirler Maker, Pima Outrider, Die Young. I'm gonna take the Die Young, I think. Huh. Whirler Maker's pretty good in this. I haven't noticed it be... There's some decks that go really fast, and so it's really too slow for that, but... Unplayable, you need 2 swamps to cast it, exactly. But I do like getting removal first. I mean, I'm gonna do this now, though. Yeah. Goggles, Druid, Prophetic. Prophetic would help. By the time we got Prophetic, we just flooded. Turtle, Druid, Chaser, Goggles, Prism. I think I'm gonna take the Goggles. Although Prism's really close. Swooper, I think, is the best one here. Skyskiff is okay. Infiltrator is underdrafted, given how many vehicles are awesome to crew with it. Yeah. Sleep well, Clerk Crispin. So wanted you make even watching that draft you made me want to play Magic again? Oh, okay, that's great. That makes me feel better. I always worry that I'm making other people miserable. And that's not my intention. I have so much fun. Good luck with your magic. I hope your magic is awesome. God, that other draft deck was so good. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Moving on. Okay. Oh, I have to get that new Foundations Vampire to put in this deck. Sky Thief is also good, yeah. And I pointed that out with the red one that taps to crew and does a damage when it taps. Stratagem is really good with Gonti and with the swoopers, so, and with a lot of stuff in this. I do like Dawn Feather Eagle quite a bit. I have not seen the new Vampire and Tarkir. I'm almost afraid to ask. Virtuoso pick 7? Fine. Alright, I don't know that we're gonna get to play Gonti. Nighthawk, but better. What the? Okay, I'm putting that away. Really? A 3? Oh my god. Power creep isn't real herp. Sorry. Revolution here. Yeah, it doesn't look like black is open at all. God, I wish I could play this card. I love this card. It's probably my second favorite from this set after the Black Ear Hulk. I just love the Black Ear Hulk for whatever reason. It made me happy. Fragmentize is good. Cathartic's not awful, but not great either. Unless you're flooding, in which case it's fantastic. And if you're flooding and you kept 2 lands in hand. Our vampire is busted. Oh, see, here's a Die Young. I'm still gonna take the Die Young in case we can play the Gonti. We could splash for the Whirler or that. Let's see. That was I mean, that's pick 10 Die Young, which is so it wheeled, which is, you know, highly unlikely if somebody's taking black. So maybe there was just not a lot of black cards open, and there's just somebody taking black but decided Die Young wasn't for them. I don't know. Or there was a better other colored card in the pack. I have no idea. That's weird. Thriving Turtle, Moray. Mono 4-drop stot deck. Alright. See what we get. Yeah, I need the vampire from Foundations for this deck. I need... Vampire from Foundations. There's something else that was just recent. Or an update on a card. I don't mind Select for Inspection, but I'm going to take the other Moray here. We're not making one. I already have one. We're just altering it. Ooh, Glimmer of Genius. And another Ether Swooper. I gotta take this. Revoke and arrow drop. This is a mess. Yeah, this is the. I'll show you. That's the Markov deck that I have. I got to figure out, and maybe you can help me make some changes. Um, because I got to figure out what I'm gonna sub in for that vampire. Oh, that's the other thing. Yeah. It's the uh double face card. Do I want a servo schematic in this deck? Yeah, I'll take this. Whir of Invention. Some good green. Nature's Way and Rhino. Metallic Rebuke also an option here. Because I have the Quicksmith, I might want this servo schematic. I think I actually do want that over the Pyrohelix for now. I'm gonna need an artifact in play. Like, we've got this swoopers to make some artifacts, but I gotta... Okay, there's Pyrohelix again. Oh, wait. Pacification Array. And Prism. Bugger. And this. I want them all. OG Soren Markov. I have a foil of it. I caught it a long time ago. Malfunction, Pyrohelix, Renegade Map. I have so many 4-drops. So many 4-drops. I want this Malfunction because it's... yeah, I gotta take it, I think. It's sort of the only unconditional removal we have. We haven't seen Welding Sparks. So... eh. I like P-Foul. Oh, we're taking a pause on that. It's just 2 artifacts, which is nice. This is going to be interesting. This is also an interesting idea. I think we're gonna take the Sky Skiff here, though. I want all of this. Like, I literally want all of this. I'm gonna take a Sky Skiff. I don't really like Precise Strike for whatever reason. Brr. I forget what this does. Oh yeah, that's good. Okay. Oh, can I splash for that? Not really. Unless I take this. And the other prophetic prisons isn't real. Felidar Guardian is not, to my knowledge, in the set. But you can check, I think, online. I think they have the list. Prophetic, Revolution. Scrap Trawler's not awful here either. Crap, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do here. I think I'm gonna take Prophetic. Turns out I would have gotten another one here if I needed, but okay. Ooh, this is so pretty. I can't take all of these cards. I'm so sad. Welding Sparks. Hungry Flames. No. Well, this deck got good. We definitely did find the right colors, but oh, that Gonti makes me sad. Okay, but we got some good stuff here. Like the Rebel's great, broken, and then Saheeli can be crazy if as long as you have not an empty board usually. But she's fantastic doubling the Quicksmith or the the Virtuosos or even Ether Swoopers or Chasers. Again, another malfunction would be nice, but I really like Era of Innovation. This is going to be hell to cut down. This card was fun. Goes well with this one. I have 2 vehicles that this could crew. Could take a Nimble or a Thriving number 2. I think we want the energy and the early blocks. Especially if we have a Saheeli. I like Tezzerets too. But I don't have any artifact destruction in here yet. Ooh, Rebuke. Oh yeah, I don't want to cut shit. Okay. I have 2 prophetic prisms. Can I run Gonti? Sorry. Mm. Okay. I need to go get those cards for the vampires. So the MDFC. Or DFC. It's just DFC, right? It's not MDFC. Anyway, the DFC, which is the profane whatever it is, the kill spell, and then I have to get the vampire from Foundations. So I'll go grab those. I also want to grab like a long sleeve shirt because it's getting cold in here actually. All right. Alexa, turn on office. Alexa, turn on kitchen. Alexa, turn on bedside lamp. Okay. Yeah, Dirtle. Arena's better for the 3-color plays. That's what I was thinking. Like, I was like, I've got 2 prismatics, and, you know, Arena will help me out with the mana, right? Alright, let me sort these. I brought some dragons for the thing, too, because I need to put those in the thing. Okay. Okay, so let me... While we're figuring out how to cut this down, because I didn't even know... Only if you got Shuffler Plus, yeah. Which we really clearly don't. I don't think you could be any more clear. Alright. Move this. Mystics, this, that. This goes over there. Okay, so this is the vampire deck that I've had for ages and updated not all that long ago. So this is my Markov deck. That's as close as we go. Okay, we got a little bit of glare, but there we are. So that's Markov, the original Markov. Stupid card, absolutely dumb. But a gorgeous card. Wolkenbaga, artist, and sick. So basically, when you have it in your command zone, it does things. Whenever you cast another vampire spell, you get a little 1/1 vampire. Edgar himself costs 6, 3 in Mardu, and then it's a 4/4 first strike haste, and whenever it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on each vampire you control. So the whole thing is to flood with vampires and go ham. Or vampire, as you will. So, in this vampire deck, we have... Let me pull the lands out for now, while we watch. Okay, what we have. Okay. We have a welcoming vampire, which is wonderful because it draws us cards. So, again, whenever you cast another vampire spell, you create a 1/1 black vampire creature token. So as you cast this, if you're not getting the trigger will occur. You won't get it for the one you cast with this, but when you cast the next vampire spell, you'll start drawing cards because you'll be getting 1/1 vampire creature tokens with Markov. We have a slight life gain sub theme. So we have Veto here because it's dumb anyway, absolutely dumb. So that's in there. We have a Bloodletter of Aklazots because it's a vampire demon and that makes people lose twice that life. So yeah, that's fun. We have a Twilight Prophet, which was already a stupid card. As long as you have the City's Blessing, which you get once you have 10 permanents in play, you reveal the target card, the top card of your library to your upkeep, and you get to put it into your hand. So it's drawing an extra card anyway. And each opponent loses X life, and you gain X life, where X is that card's converted mana cost. So it's just a dumb card. Indulgent Aristocrat. This card is sick because you have these lovely little 1/1 vampire creature tokens that Markov makes, and you can just sacrifice them to put a +1/+1 counter on each vampire you control. It has lifelink. It's a 1-mana crazy vampire. So that's dumb. Additionally, if something gets put under, enchantment, removal, etc., you can, and isn't exiled, you can sacrifice it as well. So that's fun. Stromkirk Captain is a vampire lord. It has first strike and gives other vampires +1/+1 and first strike. So that's always a good one to include. Sanctum Seeker. Whenever a vampire you control attacks, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Since you're flooding the board with vampires because you're an Edgar Markov deck, that gets really ugly really quickly. Really quickly. Patron of the Vein. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature an opponent controls. So it's a 6-mana 4/4 flyer that has removal on a stick. And then whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, exile it and put a +1/+1 counter on each vampire you control. So you are definitely getting that trigger anyway as well. So that's dumb. We have Olivia herself. A few of these are near Evelyn the Covetous deck. Nice. Evelyn, so Olivia herself, which is the fun one where she appears to have like 4 legs. Like this looks like her knee that she's holding, and yet here are like 3 legs. Here, a 3rd leg. We'll put it that way. Sorry, chat. We're in that thing. Anyway, here's, is it a banana in her pocket, or is she just happy to see? Okay, anyway. 2 legs here, right? You see 2 feet, but then there's like this, which looks like her knee. She's happy to see you. Yeah. So, this is a sick card. It always has been. So you can damage creatures to make them a vampire, but you can always, then you can gain control of all the vampires that are there. So, it is nutty. It is absolutely nutty. It used to be like nigh unbeatable as a commander because it was just so much value for so little. So she was cray-cray. She's a little less cray-cray now, but still fearsome. We have a Null Priest of Oblivion, which is fantastic. This is one of my favorite cards that came out of Ikoria. Or is this Zendikar Rising, actually? No, this is Zendikar Rising. Sorry, Zendikar Rising. One of my favorite cards that came out of that set. It's a 2/1, but you can kick it to do a reanimation effect. Sorry, a reanimate effect. So it's just super sweet. Without the loss of life, so it's a zombify type on a stick. It's only your graveyard, so you have to remember that. But Menace Lifelink 2/1 already for 2 is pretty decent stats. And then if you get it later, you can also get that extra value. Mavrin Fane, Dusk Apostle. It's a 2/2. Whenever 1 or more non-token vampires you control attack, create some vampires. These are 1/1s with lifelink, though. So that's fun. We have Malakir Blood Witch, which has 4/4 flying protection from white for 5. And when it enters the battlefield, each opponent loses life equal to the number of vampires you control, and you gain life equal to the life lost this way. So similar idea to the Sanctum, except you don't have to attack with your vampires to get it. That effect. So. Kalitas, Traitor of Get. Cletus! Here we go. So this is a 3/4 lifelinker for 4. It's a vampire warrior. If a non-token creature an opponent controls... this one... I'll show you. I think it's probably a 2 or a 3, but it plays a little bit more strongly sometimes. Cletus is another card. No, I know Voxy calls Celestis and I do too, Cletus as well. Because a lot of people mispronounce this one, though, at the time. This was first. This was mispronounced as Cletus. But yeah. So yeah, this one first appeared, yes, in Oath of the Gatewatch, it looks like. So this is the original printing. So if a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, instead exile that card and put a 2/2 black zombie creature token onto the battlefield. It's really nice for hosing some graveyard recursion type decks. And you can sacrifice another vampire zombie to make it bigger, better, faster, stronger. So again, that's going to be relevant later with a different card. Remember there's some synergies here with the Indulgent Aristocrat, which sacrifices creatures, and the Kalitas, which sacrifices another creature or a zombie. So we obviously have Blood Artist, which will ping the opponents for that. Oh, thanks, Griddle! Sleep well! Pings the opponents for that, but then we also have another cool card that will pump all of our vampires whenever we sack stuff as well. Whenever our vampire dies. Forerunner the Legion can go fetch up whatever vampire card you want and put it on top of your library. And then, whenever a vampire enters, you target creature gets +1/+1 until end turn, which usually translates into +2 because the creatures that are entering from this are usually vampires, which will get you Edgar Markov's trigger as well. So it's usually +2, in addition to being a fetch for like a search, a tutor for a vampire. Florian is just a wonderful way to get more value off the top of your deck, because one of the things that Mardu doesn't do is draw cards well. So Florian's a really powerful card for that. At the beginning of your post-combat main phase, you get to look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the total amount of life your opponent's lost this turn, and then you get to exile one of those cards and, you know, play the exile of this card this turn. Malakir Blood Witch, we already said. It's right there. So, we have Edgar, Charmed Groom, which is another lord. Other vampires get +1/+1. When it dies, you return it. It becomes the coffin that coughs out vampires, little vampires, because it makes total sense. We have Drana, Liberator of Malakir. It's a 2/3 flying first strike. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you put a +1/+1 counter on each attacking creature you control. So since this has first strike, that will trigger first usually, and then the other creatures that are attacking will all get bigger in time to deal damage themselves, unless they already have first strike as well. So, pretty sweet card for 3 mana. Another pretty sweet card for 3 mana, Dark Imposter, Vampire Assassin, 2/2. You can pay 6, exile target creature, and put a +1/+1 counter on Dark Imposter, and it has all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with it. So it's a 6 mana removal spell that you can keep paying on a stick, as long as you can keep paying that cost. So that's a dumb card. A lot of the vampires are really stupid. Champion of Dusk, which is when it enters the battlefield, you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of vampires you control. Some of these are quite inexpensive, too. Like, Champion of Dusk, for example. But drawing cards is really nice. You do lose some life, but again, this has enough lifelink to offset that, usually. We have that lovely Captivating Vampire that I was thinking about putting in the, so that's the OG, and then I was thinking about putting in the Retro Border Foil, but I think I like... Chat agrees that the OG is better. And I'm not sure. I'm still, you know, wavering between the two. Markov has gone down. It used to be a $100 card. Now, because of the reprintings, it is around a $40 card thereabouts. Still very pricey, but yeah. But many of the vampires are... Yeah, the deck list is on Moxfield. I can send a link in a sec. Once we get through these. Butcher of Malakir is a Grave Pact on a stick. So whenever it or another creature you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a creature. So again, you're getting a lot of these little 1/1s with Markov that you can then, you know, sacrifice at will to Indulgent Aristocrat or to Kalitas. And then if Butcher of Malakir is in play, opponents have to sacrifice creatures as well. So, and again, you're attacking with little creatures, so it also makes blocking those little creatures really painful. So, again, Grave Pact on a stick. Also not expensive as far as I know. Bloodline Keeper. So much fun. This poops out vampire tokens, and then if you control 5 or more vampires, you can flip it, and then it's going to be pumping your vampires and pooping out more tokens. So, yay. I'm so happy, King. I'm so happy you love it. That's so great. Then here's the Blood Artist again, which is one of the payoffs for sacrificing creatures and having things die. Thanks, King Cassandra for gifting a tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's so generous. Thank you for your support of the stream. You're so kind. But yeah, Blood Artist is super sweet. It's always... So again, since they first printed this... and like Falconwrath Noble, they, you know, the Blood Artist effect, they've now made it only when creatures you control die, for reasons, because this card is dumb. But like Zulaport Cutthroat was the next one of these, but again, it was when your creatures died. This is when any creatures die. So, that's fun. And there's a new Blood Witch, or whatever it is, that from Foundations that also is another Zulaport type effect. But it is a vampire, so you can consider putting it in the deck if you have a lot more. This has less of an Aristocrats theme of like pinging opponents for creatures dying. It just sort of has incidental and the Blood Artist, which is just too good not to put in. So it's less of that. But you could also consider the Blood Witch. Here's Anawan the Ruin Sage. This is a mean card. Also, I don't think expensive, but it's 5 mana for a 4/3 that at the beginning of your upkeep, each player sacrifices a non-vampire creature. This deck has no non-vampire creatures, so it is... Yay! Okay. And here's the other payoff, again, for sacrificing your own vampires. Whenever Cordial Vampire or another creature dies, it's another creature. Any other creature. It's not another creature you control, which is how I read it at first. This is Cordial Vampire. It's whenever it or another creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on each vampire you control. Yes, another Zendikar vampire was Anawan. So this card is stupid, and it is another payoff for running those sacrifice like Kalitas and the little dude in your deck. So, making bigger, better, faster, stronger vampires. Again, also another Lord. Legion Lieutenant is a just +1/+1 to all other vampires. We also have Bloodsworn Steward currently. Flying commander creatures you control get +2/+2 and have haste. Edgar already has haste. This was just at the 4 slot, I didn't have a ton. I might be getting rid of this in favor of something else. But at the 4-drop slot, I didn't have a ton. Edgar Markov being a 6/6 rather than a 4/4 is nice. But Edgar already has haste. Your vampires might suck. Yes. So this is only giving him +2/+2, but a 6/6 first strike is better than a 4/4 first strike. We have Sanguine Evangelist from Lost Caverns. This card is an excellent addition to the deck. It's just so much value. Also, it makes bats, which is very thematic, and I like it. But that battle cry on all your little vampire tokens is pretty crazy that you create with Edgar Markov. Hey, zombie! I'm doing all right. I do miss the sweatsuit, of course. Of course. I got to play with Hunter on Shuffle Up and Play, though, which was nice to see him. But bats are not vampires, and therefore you have to sack them if you're running Anawan. Yes. Yes. But remember, we get, like, if we have any of these creatures in play that, like, when, you know, Cordial Vampire, for example, when it or another creature dies, right, our vampires get bigger. So the bats are serving their purpose. Charismatic Conqueror. This card is stupid. Absolutely dumb. So it's a 2/2 Vigilance, not with Vampire Soldier, which is a relevant vampire type. But if you look at this, whenever an artifact or creature enters the battlefield untapped and under an opponent's control, they may tap that permanent. If they don't, you create a 1/1 white vampire creature token with lifelink. So either it's a 2/2 that taxes your opponent, basically. That's, you know, a Thalia type thing where you affect, or like, what is it, like Kismet type thing. Was it Kismet? Was that what it was called? Where anything enters tapped. Or you just start pooping out vampires left and right for a 2-mana card that already gets you a vampire when you play it with Markov in the command zone. So this is just nutty. It is so dumb. Then we have another Vampire Lord, which has Convoke. It's other vampires you control get +1/+1. It's a 2/2 lifelinker. It has Madness if you're forced to discard. Yeah, it's just a fun one. This is Markov Baron from Aftermath. I have a Vampire Hex Mage in here to take care of opposing planeswalkers because I felt like it. It's just a fun card. You could also create somebody's Merit Lage if you really want to with Dark Depths. So that's fun. But yeah, I like Vampire Hex Mage. But yes. Tithe Drinker. This is one of the Dragon's Maze lifelink extort cards. Extort is always just fun in a vampire deck, and this is just a good ROI. I beat you to the joke. Okay, sorry. My bad. I'll be slower next time. Then we have what will probably be replaced with the new rare vampire from Dragons. We have the original OG foil vampire Nighthawk from Zendikar, which is just so pretty. Look at this. Look at this card. The original foil from Zendikar. And it was like top of the line at the time. It's so beautiful, and I'm so proud of it, but now they've just power crept the hell out of it, and I don't even know if I can still run it. I might just have to transfer to that new 3-mana 3/3 flying Death Touch lifelink card with other upside. Shucks. But this is my beloved, and I'm going to be sad to see it go. It did so... It's such a good ROI. Like, it's so good. I might run it just because. Then we have Nighthawk Scavenger. Flying Death Touch lifelink for 3. This was sort of the next iteration. Which is its power is equal to 1 plus the number of card types among cards in your opponent's graveyards. So it's usually quite large. So I do like this card. It's pretty sweet. We got some Nighthawks going on. Yeah, we can stay into to emotional value. Okay. Of course, some of you standard players are going to be well, yeah, there's another better Nighthawk now though coming in Dragonstorm. So Preacher of the Schism, probably you standard players have seen this and played against it. This card is nutty. So actually we don't have Patriarch's Bidding. I'll show you what we have instead. Because Patriarch's Bidding does allow anybody else who's playing a Kindred deck to pull all of their cards back out of the graveyard as well. So you have to be a little careful. It's a reciprocal, like it's an even effect. But anyway, Preacher of the Schism is nutty. Death Touch, when attacks the player with the most life or tied with the most life, you create a 1/1 white vampire creature token with lifelink, or when I have the most life or a tied, I'd get to draw a card and lose a life. So that's pretty sweet. Again, it does everything I want it to do. We have the obligatory Soul Ring, the obligatory Skull Clamp, because this is fantastic with the little 1/1s, remember? Unless we have a vampire that is pumping, like if we have a Vampire Lord, this gets significantly worse, but still good because it pumps the thing and they can keep attacking. Arcane Signet, Rakdos Signet, Orzhov Signet, Boros Signet. Then we do have a Vanquisher's Banner in here. I think that you could probably do something better than this now. So this could be upgraded. But it does draw me cards, and that was the main thing that I wanted there. We have a Chromatic Lantern. Again, that could also be a different card, possibly. I love this card, so I put it in. This is Tarian's Journal. You get to sacrifice another artifact or creature, draw a card, activate only as a sorcery. This is fantastic, because again, we're pooping out little tiny vampires that we don't necessarily want. And again, sacrificing, we've got those several things that, you know, reward us for having sacrificed a thing. But again, drawing a card, super good. Discard your hand, transform it, and then you get to make vampire thingies. It's so good. Look. You can cast a creature spell from your graveyard, and it enters the battlefield with a finality counter, and is a vampire. So we can start casting the things from our graveyard that we have sacrificed or done things with. So Patchwork Banner is okay. It can ramp us to the Edgar Markov. I think I would run Patchwork Banner over, not over the Vanquisher's Banner, but over the Chromatic. I would run Patchwork over Chromatic Lantern, I think, any day. So that's probably what's going to make its way in. But Vanquishers does it something different. It's meant for draw. Patchwork is not meant for draw. Wait, or is Patchwork Banner's the 3-mana artifact, right? Do you mean the banner that or is it something else that does +1/+1 for each thing in play? Sort of like a mini coat of arms. Yeah, that would go in over. I'm definitely going to set in, like, I have a foil patchwork banner somewhere, multiples of them that I'm going to put in. So various decks of kindred types, but this one definitely should go in for chromatic. It's better for this deck. We have a Herald's Horn, so we can make our vampires cheaper and find them. Again, this is a way to draw vampires off the top of the deck, essentially, if possible, if it's on the top. We have New Blood. As an additional cost to cast it, you tap an untapped vampire you control, and you gain control of target creature. It's a control magic for vampires. Whee! Sorry. I love this card. It's not that great, but it's really fun for me. Then we have the obligatory Wrath that is mean and awful and cruel and nasty, but pretty. Hey, holy shit, how you doing? How goes? We haven't opened any packs today. We're just doing the right yet. We will be. We'll doing more Infinities. But yeah, so this is Farewell. It's mean, but this deck isn't meant to be nice. It's not. This isn't the most competitive commander, like Edgar Markov deck you can like build you can make at all, but it's still mean. Because the deck is never kind. So I put a Farewell in there. I put the Demonic Tutor. It got my best Demonic Tutor. This is my unlimited Demonic Tutor. It has a Decked in Stone against other token decks. And I'm not sure that may come out. We'll see. It has a Damnation for fun. Probably going to come out as well. It has a Crackling Doom because I felt like it. This isn't great. But it is fun. And then it has every Sorin ever save like one. So it has an original M12 foil Sorin Markov. It's not, I think I forget whether M10 was the first Sorin, but it's M12, so it's close enough. But there's Sorin Markov, which is a cruel thing. Because it really only targets one person well, and it's annoying. We have Sorin Grim Nemesis. This one's fun. It's more fun than good, and I love it for that reason. It deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain X life by, using its counters, but that's unlikely to be used. The main mode for this is the +1. Reveal the top card of your library and put that card into your hand. Each opponent loses life equal to its converted mana cost. That's just really fun. I like that. We have Sorin the Mirthless. Making 2/3 black vampire creature tokens with flying and lifelink and doing, again, looking at the top card of your library, but you do lose life equal to its mana. Shirtless. Yes, exactly. This one has a shirt, actually. Which one has the... Okay, we're coming upon the thing. This is not a bracket 4, no. Not to my knowledge. It's still... I think it's 3 max. Because of the demonic... I don't even know if it's 3. It might be 2. No, you can't have any game changers, right? And I think Demonic Tutor is classified as 1, maybe. Here's Sorin Solemn Visitor. Poops out vampire tokens with flying, 2/2s instead of 2/3s, but it can also +1/+0 and lifelink all your creatures until your next turn, so that's fun. Then we have Sorin, Lord of Innistrad. Which poops out 1/1 lifelinkers at positive. Oops, all Sorins, exactly. That's what I decided to do with my Markov deck. And it can give you an emblem with the +1/+0 on your creatures as well for just the -2. Then we have Sorin, Imperious Bloodlord. This is the best of the Sorins in this deck. This one gets me to... I can just sacrifice a vampire to deal 3 damage and gain 3. Or I can do the -3, which is the best of this, which is... I can also just give something +1/+1 and... Death Touch and Lifelink. That That one's less exciting. It's important, but the -3 is the biggest thing, so I can put something giant, a bigger vampire creature token from my hand onto the battlefield for just the -3 on this. That's the gross part. We've got a Phyrexian arena to draw cards. Again, drawing cards super important. We've got a Legion's Landing to make a 1/1 white vampire creature token with lifelink, but it can flip when I attack with 3 or more creatures, and then it becomes a land that can also poop out more 1/1 life linkers, vampires. There's the Vampiric Tutor, because you have to. So there's got 2 tutors. It's probably a bracket 3, I think. Tef's Protection to protect my babies, my little vampire babies. Anguished Unmaking for good removal. Hagra Mauling for a DFC. And here's the one, so instead of, so I don't have the, like, Patriarch's Bidding to bring all vampires back. The Haunting is what I could do, what I would do if I were doing some, if I were, you know, trying to get all my vampires back. I would be trying to get, yeah, so it's the, what is it? It's the Kaldheim Haunting card. I have it in my Zombies deck, but it basically, is it Haunting or Haunting Voyage? I think that's what it is. But you can foretell it, and then you can pay 7 eventually and put all creatures of the creature type chosen back on into the battlefield. I think it's Haunting Voyage. Yeah. Yeah, that's the card that I would run in this deck over Patriarch's Bidding. It costs 2 more to cast, obviously, but it's not a reciprocal effect, so your opponents don't get to do the same thing. I have 1 more card in this deck, and it is Kindred Dominance. Choose a creature type. Destroy all creatures that aren't of the chosen type. And obviously we are choosing Antelope. So it probably doesn't need quite so many Wraths. Or it could use different Wraths. Like, I could put a Blasphemous Edict in there. That would be fun. I'm choosing Emu, yeah. But now I have to, so I'm definitely working in Fel the Profane. This is a double face card, really, really good. And so that's definitely working its way in here. I have to consider whether I want Blasphemous Edict instead of Damnation, because again, oftentimes Blasphemous Edict is actually cheaper to play than Damnation, and it's Sacrifice. So instead of Destroy, which can actually be very relevant if things gain Indestructible. So I'm considering Blasphemous Edict over Damnation here. And of course, I have to consider the lovely lady herself, Elenda, Saint of Dusk. This is just a sweet card, and I like it. I am considering this. I don't think it's very good. So I think this one's probably not going to make it in, but it's a charming card. So I'm going to consider it. And then the final consideration is, which version do I put in of the Bloodthirsty Conqueror? This one's definitely going in. I think I like the original art better than the full art. I think I like the original art better. This one's kind of like, yeah, for streamer problems. So yes, this is for streamers problems. This was partly because we are a Foundation's ambassador. Wizards gifted us a collector booster, and I actually opened the collector booster, had the Bloodthirsty Conqueror, the full art, and it gifted the one play booster as well. So that's where we got the Bloodthirsty Conqueror, the regular. I like the original too. Okay. So we do original. That one's definitely making it in. But I can't sell these cards. They're going to go in decks because they were gifted. So this is cool. Normally, actually, I'm not that lucky in booster openings. Not usually. If you want to know somebody lucky, Edge Case is like fantastically lucky at booster box openings. There was one time I remember. Oh god, this was so epic. So the set was Eternal Masters. Like, what's the set that has the infinity loop? I think it was Eternal Masters, or is it? Was it something else? I'm gonna go. Hold on, I gotta look. Eternal Masters. Is that the one that has the... Give me this freaking symbol. Come on. Oh, okay. No, it's not the infinite loop. Yeah. I could say it's the hourglass, basically. So yeah, it was Eternal Masters, but it's the hourglass. And so yeah, it's the hourglass, this one, instead of the sideways infinity loop. So yeah, it was Eternal Masters. He ordered a case of it. A case of the boxes, which is 6 boxes, I think, or 4, I forget. I think it's 4 for those. 4 is a case. And every single one of the foils, because you were guaranteed a foil in each pack. Every single one of the foils was no lesser rarity than uncommon. There were no common foils. So the only foils in that were uncommon, rare, and mythic. And it was nutty. It was crazy. So in every single one of those boxes, there were no common foils. It was so lucky. It was a god case. It was amazing. So yes. So there's crazy luck out there. Normally my luck isn't that great. Although I do love that we opened the Bloodthirsty Conquerors. That was super sweet. And we opened a full art Twin Flame Tyrant. This thing. So that's that. Yeah, Handsome Conqueror. Look, it's also less Handsome Conqueror. This one, I gotta bring this closer. You gotta see this. This one is like, he's so derp. Like, look at that face. I'm struggling to figure out how we eat with this. With this mouth. Whereas this one's nice. This one works. Can you focus? Please? Yeah, this one's cool. I don't think it's focusing. There we are. Derp Conqueror on stream. So welcome, Dirt. How was your stream? All right, so we have we were just going through my Edgar Markov commander deck that I haven't upgraded in a while. And I know I want to add this definitely and this definitely, and I want to oh, you think you only shouted me out? No worries. 3 people is so nice. Don't worry. It's so nice to see you. But we have Blasphemous Edict as well that I think I want to side in for the Damnation that's in this deck. So, and I have to figure out whether I want to put Elenda in and what she would go in for. I don't think the High Society Hunter goes in. It's a good card, but I don't know. We're just altering my Edgar Markov vampire deck, EDH deck. So we're just figuring. We went through all the cards in there that are really cool, and then we were just figuring out what we want to do with that. But yeah, I think it's possible Elenda can go in, but I don't think we're putting the High Society Hunter in, even though it's fun and it does draw cards. So yeah, tuning Edgar Markov, yes, because he's not good enough alone. Exactly. So right now we also have I don't want to cut this down. So I've been procrastinating by fixing up Edgar Markov. Basically. Oh, and in the sideboard I have Clavileño, Bartolome, Dusk Legion Sergeant, and Master of Dark Rites, and Amalia Benavides Aguirre. So these are in the sideboard there. It might be that I want Bartolome in there, but right now we're not really have a aristocrats theme, so yeah. Edgar Markov fucks. Yes, this definitely fucks. This card is sick. Also, look at that artwork by Vulcan Baga. Is that not crazy? Yeah, Spanish vampire sideboard, because the Conquistadors, they have that theme. Frankly, the Conquistadors were way worse than vampires, in my opinion, but, you know. It's an apt metaphor to some degree, but it's, like, a little tame, honestly. Okay, so what are we cutting from this deck? That is the question. You say it in a very, like, Bartolome. I don't even know what that sounds, which is French, so probably not right. All right, so let's see what we do here. Oh, let me give you a shout out too. Everybody should follow Dirt. Dirt's the best. And if you're not watching Dirt, you're doing yourself no favors. We'll put it that way. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build it from the ground up as opposed to cut cards. But I want you to know that I love every card in this. It's just before I do this. It looks like so much fun, and it's just too much. Too much. All right. So, the first ones that are getting in are the energy package that we have that are very important and good. So, Thriving Turtle's good too, and we'll have to consider it. Shipwreck Moris are good too, and we'll have to consider those. But this is the base of the energy deck that we have. Yeah, we have 2 Whirler Virtuosos, we have 2 Swoopers, a Chaser, and a Renegade. So in addition to that, as far as like the energy package goes, we have Era of Innovation, we have Shipwreck Mores, we have Glimmer of Genius, which these will both make the deck, so I'm about to add them in a second, but we do want to look at that. So we got a bunch of things that we can do to prop up the energy game. So we're definitely going to be putting the 2 Glimmers in, so I'm just gonna put this here. Sleep well, Hillbilly! Oh yeah, definitely. Moxfield. If you look up Headology Magic on Moxfield, you can see all the commander decks that I have. Absolutely. I'm so glad you liked it though. That makes me really happy. So this is the core of the like energy / draw / cool do cool things. By the way, our first pack was Gaunty, and I'm so sad I can't play it, but it's still good. All right. So here we go. We then have Quicksmith Rebel, which is just dumb. If they cannot answer this pretty much right away, this card just takes over the game. And already we have 2 Virtuosos, 2 Swoopers, and a Chaser that produce artifacts that it can target. Right? So we're not really worried about not having artifacts for this to target. So we can absolutely add this in, but we do want to keep in mind that we want to add some more artifacts for that at some point. We will note that everything in here, save the Renegade, is an Artificer, which means that the Inventor's Goggles are great. And we are absolutely adding that here. Not only because the Rebel can target the goggles, which is great because it's harder to kill than a creature artifact, but this also just auto-equips to Artificers when they enter the battlefield. And it's just really, really good because the +1/+2 is very important in this set. It's just very, very good. So we are absolutely adding that. Saheeli herself is the next thing to come in because she can create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature control. So she can copy Virtuoso, and that's just dumb because you get another energy and you get other things, or you can copy Quicksmith Rebel and do stupid shit. So that is also happening. Now, before we look at anything else, we're going to look at the removal that we have and the interaction there. And one of the things we have is a Pacification Array, which is a fantastic card. And also an artifact that the Quicksmith Rebel can target and is harder to kill. Unless they have, like, dedicated artifact removal. So we are absolutely adding Pacification Array. We're adding Chandra's Revolution, because that's good removal as well. Unfortunately, we're going to have a lot of 4-drops, and I'm a little worried about this, but here we go. And we probably need to add Malfunction, even though I'm not a huge fan of it. Yikes. Because those are really our only way of interacting right now. Besides the Gremlin, which I'll have to consider. And the Destructive Tampering, again, have to consider. So the Tampering is dedicated artifact removal, as is the Gremlin. The Tampering's really good if we have a lot of Morays, because they can get in for a lot of damage against decks that are quite big with this Tampering, because creatures without flying can't block this turn. Black-green in particular is really not heavy on the flyers and can have quite big creatures that you can't get through otherwise, and so this can just end the game with its second mode if you were running the big creatures. We don't really want to run this if all we're doing is pooping out little 1/1s in the air, which is really nice for getting in and doing stuff, but is also no good with Destructive Tampering. You don't need that in that case. So the question is whether we want to run these, either of these or both of these, for artifact removal. And again, there's a lot of artifacts you do want to remove, but there are some decks that don't run artifacts as much, and you don't care. So we're going to think about those for later, but I do absolutely think we need the Malfunction, Revolution, and Pacification Array. So that said, now we get into sort of a little bit of grittiness. And a lot of the cards are roughly equivalent in value. I like Era of Innovation quite a bit because you can get the energy and keep fueling your swoopers, chasers, and virtuosos. And I think we're actually going to use that. It is a tax on your mana because you have to pay the 1 to get the 2. But eventually you can, and we're almost never going to be drawing 3 cards because we're going to be always pooping out more things, in theory. But it's possible. Like, if we don't get a Virtuoso, or we don't get these, but we do get this, using this is not as good as drawing 3 cards. So it's possible that this is not as good as running a Shipwreck Moray, but we do have a million 4-drops, and I'm thinking about it. It might be just Driving Turtles are better. We'll see. So the equivalences of these, they're very close in terms of what I want to do. Normally the Moray would be like a quick include. It's just look at the amount of 4-drops I already have. I think we're going to be really heavy on 4-drops no matter what I do, but I'm trying to minimize that, at least at the start. So let me think about this other stuff. Because we don't have like a Gear Seeker Serpent, I'm less inclined to put this into the deck. However, we do have the Quicksmith Rebel. And so this is 2 artifacts coming to play for the era. If I include the era, I'm more likely to play this. Because if we play this and use the Quicksmith on it, if they even if they destroy it, at least we get another colorless servo artifact token, so that's nice. So it's a possibility. So these two tend to probably go together in this, because you can like play this on 2, play this on 4, and then get, because you'll get 2 artifacts, you can get 4 energy potentially. It's a little bit slow. So, and this deck looks like it should be aggressive in theory. It's not great for aggression because they're all tiny things, and we didn't get quite as many swoopers and chasers as we wanted. But it's a possibility. So the other thing to look at is the mobile garrison, which untaps another target artifact or creature you control. And where that's really useful is double pacification array, or double whatever the Quicksmith Rebel targeted. So we can do 4 damage per turn. It's also a fine blocker that crews for fairly little. So it's something to consider here. The Whirler Maker just poops out more artifacts, which is always really nice. And we definitely want to run the Whirler Maker if we're running the era. Because you can start just getting more and more energy. Illusionist Stratagem we took early with the Gaunty, because we were so excited about crime. Doing crime twice. But the Illusionist Stratagem is really good with Whirler Virtuosos and the Swoopers and Chasers, because it resets them and you get more energy to keep on activating. And again, Renegade, same idea. So this is really tempting. For that reason. It's good in this deck still. But again, 4 drops, I'm going to really have to figure out how to maximize that. Yeah. So the Innovator also goes well with the Stratagem, because drawing cards is nice. But I think we may be relying on the Glimmer of Geniuses to draw cards more than anything, because it also gets us the Scry, which is, you know, really, really nice for selecting cards. And then it gets us a couple energy for our other stuff as well. So it's likely the Innovator is one of the 4 drops that's not going to make it into the deck. I think I prefer the Mores. Weldfast is never going to make it into the deck. We just have too many other better cards. So Sky Skiff is nice. It's, again, an artifact that can be targeted with the Quicksmith Rebel, but it's also just a nice 2/3 flyer to get in, or an early thing that can be crewed to block. If I ran the Sky Skiff and the Garrison, there's a small chance that I run this, just because A, it's a 3-drop and not a 4-drop. And B, it crews things so nicely and pings. It probably doesn't make it in. It's probably not good enough. It's not better than a turtle, I think. So we'll have to see about that one. Workshop Assistant has some utility in that if they kill our pacification array or our goggles, for example, or our Whirler Maker, if I'm running that, we would like to get it back. But this is pretty underpowered for what we want to do, and we're not getting back anything like a Gear Hulk or something, so it's possible that we just don't run that. So those are mainly the cards that I'm looking at. I'm not really looking at the Hinterland Drake. We're going to have flyers, hopefully, off the Virtuosos a little bit, and this is a fine card, but I'm not going to prioritize it, I don't think, off the Whirler Maker. So for now, what I'm going to add is the Garrison, the Whirler Maker, and the Era. The Prophetics I'm also going to add at least 1, because we have had so many issues with getting 2 colors of mana in the last 3 days. that I am at my wit's end and terrified of playing Magic, period. We haven't been able to play Magic, period, to that. So we're gonna add a Prophetic Prism, at least one. So I think this is also fun because you can block and then exile the creatures, get the value, draw a card, which is really nice. Obviously won't work for the tokens that we create, but for the actual creatures is pretty good. So I think I do want this stratagem, even though it's another 4-drop. And we're going to have probably a Moray here and a Thriving Turtle to sort of keep going on those. Now we get really... It gets difficult. Saheeli exiles, so she doesn't really have a combo with the servo schematic. It would be super sweet if you got to copy the servo schematic, right? And then sacrifice it to get 2 of the 1/1s, but you can't do that with Saheeli. Okay. I don't want the 2/3 flyer in this one. We've got flyers. We can make flyers. We're fine. It can't block artifact creatures. I would rather put in the energy suite than that, or the sky skiff. So we're at 19. So I've got about 4 cards, probably 5, because we have so many 4-drops, but we max out at 4. I'm going to put at least 2 Morays in, even though this is a crazy stack on 4. And then Turtle buys us some time, so I'm going to put in 2 of those. And I think the skiff is the next one. And last one. That is difficult, though. I do like both of these cards as dedicated artifact destruction. I think we're going to try this. We're going to check the land stuff that they're doing. 9-8 looks correct. So now I have to cut 1. 14-7. So we're going to try 9-7 with 1 prophetic prism. We only ever need 1 of either color. So many 4-drops. Let's hope it works. Okay. Ugh. So here's where we hope that the games go better in terms of playing cards, not necessarily winning, but in terms of playing cards than the last 3 days so far. All right, let's go. So again, we have 2 of the lesser color. plus one of the bigger color, which is how it's been always going for us in the past 3 days. But we do a prophetic, which means no matter what... See, I don't understand this. This is so weird. Arena has been giving us almost all of our lesser color. All the lands of our lesser color in these decks. It's been amazing. Okay. So what we do here is we go next to combat, we charge. We poop out a deuter. Play Prophetic Prism. Play a blue source and a Thriving Turtle. Next turn, it's quite possible that I'll kill the Servant of the Conduit and tap down a land. Depending on what they play. But the Moor is a really good play as well. Kari Zev, okay. Alright. Get to see what they do here. Good stuff from them so far. None of... These are all premium good cards for limited in these colors. Sure. Hmm. 3 mana up. Potentially. I wanted to see what they did here. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, glad we have the pacification array. I will take one. I have no energy with which to use this. That is absolutely worth killing. Okay. Now my super! Stop having removal! Jesus, everything's premium. They haven't played one, like, filler card. Not one. Amazing. We would like to draw some of our premium cards. We have 2 Whirler Virtuosos, a Saheeli Rai, a Quicksmith Myth Rebel. Ah, well. 2 Glimmer of Genius. Alright. We've got Pacification Array. That's premium. And Swooper. These are all good cards. Do I want to do anything here? Yeah, I'll pass this down. I'll do this one. Oh, come on. No more lands for me, please. Okay, thanks, bye. Yeah, they have nutty deck and a nutty draw. Like, we have a good deck, we just, our draw is not great here. Jesus, could you just draw 1 extra land? This is, yeah, this is nutty. Their deck is so dumb. Yeah, right, Dega. Yeah, I don't think we're winning this one. None of our, like, the what makes our deck work, really, have shown up yet. Oh, and they got 3? We've only ever been able to get 2? Why am I drawing land still? Come on, dude. Oh, well. Sadness. Like, flickering the turtle's not good enough anymore. They just had removal every single turn for all the other stuff that I could do too as once. Oh, well. And they didn't draw a single extra land. If they have any tricks here, it's so bad. Not another land? What the fuck, dude? This is all... We've always... in one game recently, we've drawn double what our opponent... Okay. Double the lands that our opponents drew. They drew 5 and we drew 10. And this is continuing that trend. We have 16 lands, by the way. All we needed to find was Rebel, Virtuosos, or Rye, or anything earlier? Like, basically. Oh well. Too bad. They had a great deck. That was nutty. And I'm sad that I had to play against it. With that draw as well. Hopefully we can get this next one. Have the deck do its thing. Have I tried not putting lands that I'm considering it. I'm considering not playing Magic at all. Attacking on the ground was really bad there. We have a lot of flyers and things to do that. Couldn't make them. Because we didn't get the Virtuosos. We had one 1/2 flyer that we drew there. But that was quickly welding sparked or whatever it was. That's a good question, Zombub. There are so many, like, little weird things for various ones. Oh my god. I'm never gonna draw a third land. And this one needs 4. I think I have to mulligan this hand. Still need a third land and a fourth land, but at least I can play this out, and if I draw a third land, we've got this, and if I draw the fourth, we can draw into more. Okay. So Bloomborough is, what about all the calamities and things going on there, though? That feels rough. A scry! We're saved. Again, more red than blue, which is amazing. So the next turn, I get 4, which is 9, which is 3 flyers instead of a 1/1. But if this dies, I'm gonna wish I made a 1/1. I think we're just gonna attack and make 1. And made 1 off my 1 flyer. The problem with playing against black is they have the make obsolete or whatever it is, the -1/-1 to all your opponent's creatures, which is really painful against our deck if that's what happens. Oh my god, what is this? We have 7 mountains in this deck and we kick. Oh, all right. Okay. Moray first. Get in with the flyers. Decline to make a little 1/1 on the ground. I think Lorwyn would be pretty cool. I've always liked Dominaria as well, but that's just me. Probably classic. Like, I don't like the idea of the land really coming alive under me, even though I really like the land in Zendikar. It's just... And also, that thing keeps getting overrun by Eldrazi, and, like, that seems a bad idea. And Dominaria keeps getting overrun by Phyrexia, so maybe that's also a bad idea. That's true. We don't know about Shadowmoor and... Oh, fuck. They don't even have the Mike Obsolete uncommon. They have a goddamn rare that kills, like, everything. Cool. How do we find these people? Your guess is as good as mine. Having this kind of luck is great. And look, more lands in our 16 land deck. Alright, we're gonna play this. Play a Prophetic Prism to draw a card. After our board was wiped and all our efforts are sad. Alright. That's a good one, because maybe I can ping the Ether Poisoner. Doesn't everything get overrun by Phyrexia, though? Yes, sometimes. Ugh, Gifted Etherborn's so good. See, this is why I don't want to play Magic anymore. Is all the games have been like this, where we're just like drawing lands. They're drawing rares that hose our deck, which is trying to do its thing, but only drawing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards to 8 lands. It's amazing. And our opponents are like stopping at 5 and just having mono gas. Rawr. Yeah, this has been every single game, save like 2, for the last 2 days. Okay, that's something. So I have to copy the prism. Going to 4 and she just dies. But I do get to scry. Yeah, okay.
Together, we'll create great things, you and I. It's all about the
Okay.
attention to detail.
I know, a real card! Holy shit! I was so worried it was going to be a land and I was just going to quit for the night. I'm not even going to lie. I was actually literally, if there was a land, I was just going to stop. We were going to do something else, like build EDH decks or like open card packs.
Hello there.
That was another land.
Have your attention now.
Glad we're not drawing it, but also terrified of this stuffs. I have to sit back because the Gifted Etherborn can just do enough damage to stop me from getting through with the flyers anyway. For anything important. Me? They have 1 card? Ooh, that's really good.
I see a weakness.
I can do it now. And get the malfunction and put it on something. Or I can block and then do it. That's interesting. Hey, Grimy and Gamey! Hmm.
Just as handsome, twice as fast.
I don't want to attack on the ground because the Etherborn gaining 2 life is actually very important. And if they want to gain the 2 life, they have to attack with it here. I really hope they didn't... There's 3 cards that I really hope they didn't have. This was one of them. They had that, but there's 2 more. -2/2 and -1/1. That's annoying. So they have this open. We have this to crew this. 2, 5, 7.
I like to think fast.
Pacification Array is a win. Chandra's Revolution is a win. Quicksmith Rebel is a win. Shipwreck Moray is not losing on the next turn, necessarily. God damn it. A land is not good. That sucks. Yeah. Oh, phew. Okay. I forgot it's the Saheeli did 1 damage anyway, so that's the part. Saheeli did 1 damage is what I was forgetting there, because I said I needed 9. We could do 7, but Saheeli did 1 damage off the scry as well. We didn't have a damage to spare. That was Xaxes. That was Xaxes. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. This one is going to be an uphill battle. Maybe I should run 15 lands? I just have a million 4-drops. I don't think I can run 15 lands. Shout out, Grimy. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Saheeli's 1 damage was what I was missing there, because then we just needed 1 more damage. I was thinking 2 in my head, and the +1/+2 was not enough. Why does everybody and their mother's monkey, literally mother's monkey, this fucking creates Ragavan, have that card? Amazing. Second time we faced it in 3 games. Yep. Where are those people when I'm drafting, though? We're Oh wait, we can't block that. No blocks then. Right, right. Menace. At least we have the correct, like, proportions of mana right now. I don't think we're winning this game. Because they have everything, but... but yeah. Morning, Shadow God! I was hoping to get a land in all of that, but I didn't. Just one. Still no land. That is rough. I don't have time for these, unfortunately. I would like to be, like, double spelling with, like, this and something else, but I can't, because I don't have the 5th land. And we don't have time, because they had fast start, and we didn't have the same. And 3 pieces of premium removal, really. Right? Do I get a reprieve this turn? Doesn't look like it. Hmm. You're kidding me. I don't understand how people are drawing like this. It is amazing. Our whirlers would be great against this, but... Not drawing him. This sucks. How do opponents have 4 pieces of premium removal early? Like, that's the first and second game that we played against Karizev. This is the same thing. Only the other one was green-red. Oh well. Two menace creatures. Whirler Rogue! My kingdom for a fucking Whirler Rogue! Not Whirler Rogue, with Whirler Virtuoso. Or Quicksmith Rebel, for fuck's sake. Oh, this is so brutal. I can copy Ether Torch, double kill this, block here, lose to that. crap on a... Oh, come on! Yeah, I think that's death. I'm one off of being able to do this and tap. I can try this and then tap something, but that's not good enough if they can give both. God damn it. I give up. Yep, I can't win. This is so bad. I can't win. The 4 pieces of premium removal take it, plus the Kari Zev rare, plus the... Yeah. Yeah. Plus the 3 menacers, and I almost did. If we'd drawn one more land so we could double spell with the Glimmer and something else at any point during this, we would be okay. Before we did, and then unfortunately it was all at the end, so there was nothing to be done. Okay. Yeah, it fucking sucks. All we needed was the 5th land so that we could spell, like, we could do the Glimmer plus something else. Or a Whirler Rogue, because we had... Whirler Virtuoso, because we had so many energy there. Or them not to have 4 pieces of premium removal plus a rare in the early game. I mean, that also helps. Ugh. Also, opponents stop on 5 mana every game and just draw all the removal and all the things, and I'm just like, oh. That malfunction was too late. But like, we just couldn't double spell. If we had malfunction plus 2 mana, we can survive that. But, that we didn't even have that was when we drew the 5th land and not the 6th. Despite being quite far into our deck. I wonder, I mean, I don't think I could have taken a turn off completely to Glimmer. I would just be too far behind, I think. But maybe I should have and just risked it. But even then, knowing what we drew, we'd never have made it to the, Virtuosos. They must have been in the bottom or something. But yeah, I mean, four pieces of premium removal is hard to get anyway, but to get it in the top half of your deck like that, top 10 cards, is rough. And we were on a mulligan as well, I remember. Alright, we're gonna try this, because I'm out of fucks to give. More islands than mountains by 2. And we draw 3 mountains. Okay. And they curve out 1, 2. And we draw another 4-drop. Okay. Are we Saheliing? No, we're probably Whirler making. Oh, we're fucked. Okay. Actually, that's not that good in draft. Depends on how much energy creation they have. But the curve, they've got 1, 2, 3, 4. How do I find these people? How is this even a thing? I give up. The hand wasn't great, but it shouldn't have been this bad. Unfortunately, we drew lands and 4-drops, which we do have a lot of 4-drops, I'm not gonna lie, but we also have a ton of earlier drops. So, yeah. Oh well. I mean, this is just, yeah, I might stop after this. Magic has been miserable the past several days. All right, let's pass the blockers. Let's go here. 1 blocker. Eight trample? Seriously? That's what you have? So that's gonna be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I go to 1 currently. So it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And we just lost this game because I don't have a Wrath. And okay. I would love to play Magic one of these nights. It would be so cool. This deck is really good, and we have nothing. Because our opponents have the literal nuts. And our draws are bad. Alright. Okay. I hope that was fun for OPs tonight, because it was not fun for me. So somebody better be having fun. Past 3... So this is 3 streams where just the magic is fucking miserable. I think I just take Prophetic Prism out of this pack. Yep, still Prophetic Prism. We build cool, fun decks and don't get to play them. How did that make me feel? Horribly, I just said. We got wrecked. Ruined, crushed, destroyed. We've got none of the payoffs. Except for these two. Yeah, this draft was weird too. Oops, we got caps lock on. Do I want this ironclad? I don't think so. Yeah, maybe it's better than... Eh. Hmm. The therapist? I don't think... the way it was phrased, yeah, maybe. Um... I don't know that the Gear Seeker really belongs in this deck. It's still fine and it can break stalemates, but... we don't actually have that many artifacts, so therefore Duretti's not amazing, but Duretti can at least get back Harrier, Hull Drifter, or Path Cruiser or something. Mm. Alright. Give it one more shot tonight. I might have to, like, stop after this one, though. Just go eat food and alter some decks. Hmm. See. I hated doing this because both of these are actually quite good with those. But I can't take care of it with either of these, so... Okay. It's really bad if they have the, like, untap trick. Because they have thin vigilance and that'll stay untapped. If it gets crewed or turned into a vehicle. Oh, sorry, turned into an artifact creature with the matrix. Really? I like bouncing this because it gets me something, but I'm gonna do it this way. Oh, that's a 1-2? Okay. You're kidding me. Did it pair us with this opponent because we actually have this and can't run it? They have the same rare in their deck as we do. It's just in our sideboard because we couldn't actually go white even after that was our first pack. Hey, Brutal Vessel, how you doing? The magic has sucked for the past 3 streams straight, which is amazing. Yeah, so opponents have literally everything, which is just nutty. Yeah, I think we end after this game. I cannot handle this anymore. Absolutely not. Brutal, you can watch the VOD and then you can tell me that again. I love how people come in like 4 hours into the stream and are like, you believe in yourself. The next one will be better. And then you're like, yeah, 4 hours says otherwise. It's not about believing in myself. I don't think we've been playing horribly. It's just... I really appreciate... No, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate chat. Chat is the only reason I'm still here. Don't worry. I'm not trying to poop on you like that. I'm just laughing at the idea that this is what everybody says, and then it's so wrong. You're amazing, and I love that you say that. And I love that that's what people come in here saying. It's just funny, is all. They still have 3 cards in hand, which is just amazing. And they have all the things that they want. It's almost as though they know what I had. Like this, they don't. Like, I'm too small potatoes for anybody to like stream snipe. But this was kept open and played at the exact right time. This was absolutely fucked up. And this was nutty too. And killing that prior to this, right, instead of fighting is definitely a choice, given that I have Pedal to the Metal in hand. Killing the one thing with any power that would, yeah. So, as opposed to killing something on the board that the no can block with and swinging for the damage. So... But I'm too small potatoes for people to stream snipe. It just feels like that because everything's been perfectly aligned against what I'm playing. Is all. Yeah, we lose. Okay. Yeah, this was backbreaking. And then... So this was awful. This was backbreaking. And these two are just evil. Yeah. Don't see how I win this. We played a deck similar to this. We drew all of these and none of the actual mounts or vehicles. In a couple of the games, and then in another of the games, they just went fast, and Alacrian Armory is not good on defense. I'll do one more with this deck because I gotta give it a little bit of a shot. And that was a Wrath. Which is very difficult to win against in the best of times. So it's not really the deck's fault there. Hi, Nate! How you doing? Or Negate. Sorry, Negate. The games have been horrid tonight, and the previous stream, and the previous stream. So we've got 3 days of horrid. Maybe it'll turn around at some point. The VODs are up on YouTube in case you want to know what I'm complaining about. Please check them out before you judge. Then judge. Here's the link to the YouTube. Let me know what you think. Okay, so next turn we can play Ether Jacket. Thanks, Vinny. I appreciate it. I usually, like I said, I get over losses pretty quickly, but when they keep happening where it's just so much pain, as far as like not playing cards go, like I mind, I don't like losing, but I don't mind, you know, losing to a good game of Magic. It's the Ow. It's the times where I don't get to play cards that I really get upset. Thanks, really appreciate it. All right, so I believe we're just gonna play Count on Luck here and pass the turn and hope they don't have a Broken Wings, which, yeah. My poor little 2/1s. I know. What an irony. Totally. Calaxion. What? Oh, right, because Fang Druid has reach. Right. I was hoping for a land so we could Gear Seeker Serpent. That would have been lovely. I don't want to destroy Wicker Folk. Nah. That would mean I'd have to draw another land for the... Well, okay. Never mind then. What do you mean that trick would be a big tempo for us? They know what that card is. They know it. Because it's revealed face up. Oh, they don't know if it... Yes, true, true. have a 3/3! Get wrecked. That resolved too quickly for my full control. Not that they think I should play something in my turn. It's just the adrenaline jockey punishes that. This is why we played the adrenaline jockeys. We do have the Keen Buccaneer to take advantage of that and put +1/+1 counters on it. I do like Spike Shell Harrier, but I don't think we need to do it this turn. Bouncing any of that is kind of whatever. I actually do think we bounced the Pothole Mole, actually. And then... if they kill this, they have to take 4. If they play any spell, they have to take 4. So that's good. I thought about attacking with this too, but if they had a trick like that, they could block that and kill the thing or something, so I didn't want to deal with that. How much am I playing with my food? How much am I playing with my food? Oh, I'm playing with my food. So the correct play here was probably Spike Shell Harrier, bounce the Fang Druid Summoner, and attack with all 3 of these. But it was way too much fun to do this. Now that is gross. But we have the Gear Seeker that can probably just get in, hopefully. And then do that. We've got other things to do. There are ways. But I'm being silly, in all honesty. One, two, three, four, 5 blockers. seems fine. Again, I'm playing with my food, and I'm sorry. I haven't had the chance all night. I might still lose to this cursed cloth wrappings, but this is too much fun to actually get to play cards and have interactions. They may regret using that if they have other removal, because the Gear Seeker might just get in for lethal next turn. I want to trade either of these for this. No. Okay. However that went, if they beat us with the curse cloth, if they did, you know, like if they played an odd chick or whatever the freaking card is, if they played a ton, there was, you know, things they could do. If they killed the Gear Seeker, we're gonna have to like play it out and do other things. But I got to play cards and it was so nice. I'm so happy. If they'd kill us, they kill us. I could have taken more optimal lines, absolutely. But I just wanted to play my cards and do my thing, and it didn't work, and I was so happy. If that's any indication for how the rest of the games have been going, that's there you go. That's just, I got to play a game of Magic for real. Okay. Oh, because yeah, instead of like doing the Goda, I could have like just discarded the Goda and left 2 mana up and then done the 3/2 flyer, which probably would have gotten there in theory. I would have drawn us 2 cards, and it might have gotten us actually the win as well, just because they only had the 1/3 flyer. Once we were able to do the flood on the Reacher, the 2/4. But yeah, okay. Can't cycle that, sadly. Agreed. We weren't that worried about cycling it because we do have other ways to draw discard. There's 2 more of the like activate the exhaust ability cards in the deck, so playing out 1 is actually pretty good. We have a few other discards. Cheese, Gromit. Alright, so we play Gilded Goda into the sarcophagus, crew the Goda and attack, hopefully. Hopefully get a 3rd land as well, that'd be sweet. No! A 3 toughness creature? Cheating. Thanks, I hate it. Ooh! This is unfair. Oh, I'm dirty. We're not playing this out in case of a wrath I can't think of right now. That was so gross. Thank you. Yes, I did, but I don't want to skew the direction. Okay. Christ, that felt good. The wrath would be if they played a white source and then did 4 damage to all creatures. That would be the wrath that would come out of that, I think. I don't know if I want to ruin it by playing anymore. Okay. Oh god. Okay. Fine. Fine. Let's go. Let's go. Mm. Okay, what do we get? By the way, does anybody know what the quick draft is changing to? Sorry, not quick draft. The so Ether Revolt is going Ether Kaladesh Remastered. Sorry, it's Kaladesh and Ether Revolt, and it's Kaladesh Remastered. That's going away. What's coming in its place? Does anybody know? Also, incoming ad break. Thank you so much for sitting through it. It's the only reason we have a stream. We really appreciate it. If you want to avoid the ads, you can. There's amazing other streamers on, or you could give me Bezos bucks by subscribing with Prime for free, or you can subscribe the normal way with actual monies. And thank you no matter what. In a sex. Okay. Cube draft? Yes! I love cube draft. Okay, we're good. Start dem engines. Uh-oh. Now I regret not taking those things that get stuff out of the graveyard. Alright, I think against them right now I'm supposed to play the jockey and hope they don't have a counterspell. So push the limits deck. I'm gonna be so wrecked here. I need to kill them before they get to 7 lands. Oh, that's brutal. This is gonna be a little too slow, I think. If they didn't have the lightning strike, maybe. But... That's 5 mana. And they're ditching a 6, so they probably... Alright, Too much mana for me. If I play the Ether Jacket to crew this, they block and kill the Ether Jacket. But I get in... Yeah. It's possible that I should have done this, because they've cycled a lot already, and this might not get that big, but I think we just do this and play the Ether Jacket so I can at least get in for 2 the next turn. No matter what they play. On the ground, in theory. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, so we have had 8 lands and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. I don't think we're winning this one. 6 cards. Don't think we're winning this one. Poor Ether Jacket. Alright, deck, help. Yep, we're back to our old ways. And they're just about on their 7th land. So if they just have the push here and the land, we're done. Oh. So 9 lands. 6 spells. I love you, kid! Okay. Yep, back to our old luck. 10 lands, 6 spells. Fun. Urmasawa. It's like Ermagerd, but Sawas. Really? Hey, Floof. Don't eat that. Ugh, I really want this. Maybe actually, I think actually we do this because we have the Goda. Maybe we can get treasures enough to get the count on luck. Hey, cat, stop eating that. Okay, enough of that. Not on the play, so maybe the Goda doesn't get it. But we'll give it a shot. I think I could go to combat crew with the one that's attacking, but I actually think I want to use the pedal to the metal here. So we are going to attack with the 1/1 as well. And maybe I should have gotten less greedy on that. Like, I could just play the counter luck and not attack. Because they're going to have other big things. But I'm assuming they're going to have removal for this soon. And we're going to just try and get, like, online with this. And slow down the Scurryfoot Stampede here. Okay, the question is whether I will kill that Scurryfoot. And I don't think so. Okay. Patrolling. That's a 7/7. I need a bounce spell, please. Oh, Flood's even better. Way better. Okay. Because a bounce, they would have maybe just made it bigger the next turn. But mainly, I just needed to buy time so the flyer could get in. Ooze Patrol number 2. Oh, they're so pissed right now. And rightly so. God damn. This is the second one we faced of these in this draft, too. So they can get a mammoth back next turn, right? Yeah, the Ketrodon, not a mammoth. Or the Broodwag. Interesting. Hmm. That's a problem. Curse Cloth is a hell of a card. Second one we run into this draft. Hmm. We have Roadside Blowouts. Gear Seeker Serpent. Another Artillerist. Hmm. I could have crewed and swung all. They block here. They take... Oh, sorry, they block here. They take 5. That's not the worst. They can kill the artillerist here. With the vehicle. Well, oh. They do have an Atchik. Okay. So they have 2 broken rares. Nice. Well, that's shitty for me. What does Duretti get back? Marshals? If I wanted to. Or I could swing in with this and get it back, draw 2. Interesting. Come on! Urgh. Yeah, I mean, the Atchik, I think, does it. At least I get to play cards. But 2 broken rares is more than I can deal with this deck. We'll see if I can burn them out. I don't think so, because it's only 1 per turn now. And they have a chance to get a number of things back. And they're gaining life when they do. There it is. I don't know that that's enough. I'm gonna try though. Nah, I can only do 3 in the air if I bounce the mammoth. We gotta try. But they can just keep doing the gaining life. It sucks. I know the serpent would be great, but we only have 7 cards left, so it's like at the bottom, which sucks. Which is unlucky. And the artillerist is gonna go away here. Yeah. I was surprised they didn't do that long before now, but here we are. Okay, so I think what we do is next turn we bounce the Brood Wagon and attack in the air for lethal in theory, because they can in theory gain 2 life here. We can take all the 7 damage from the Ochek stuffs. Oh, come on. Fuck. Okay, well, the problem is they can gain life here. I can only do 5. If we draw them at artillerist, maybe. Or if they mill out. Okay. Good. That's lethal. Two cards. Okay, so they have nothing else with reach. Yeah. So this is 5. This is 6. I'm going to play this out and discard this and then play this. They need to be swinging with multiples of these every turn, I think. Gear Seeker last card. Like we said. Beck is trying its hardest not to win. Alright. Whew. They would have been a lot better position if they'd gotten that. Well, actually, they didn't have a way to get that back, right? The Curse Cloth doesn't get vehicles, right? I think if they'd played it like one turn earlier. Because they had it in hand once. And didn't play it. They played something else. Whew. Alright. That was nice. That was really nice. Okay. Alright, so we're about to get Cube, which is going to make me so happy. Cube is fun. Alright. So let's see about this deck really quickly. I do have a few new lands for it that I want to go through and figure out. Played the 3-mana vehicle, returned it to hand, but they only had 4 mana left. Returned what to hand? Oh, yeah. No, they had it on turn for no. That I'm not. I think the next turn they no. I know what you're talking about. They only had like 2 mana after that, I think, or something after playing something else, or 3 mana. No, they had 5 mana. They had 5 mana. They didn't have the 6 for it when they returned it to hand. They had 5 mana after that, but it's the next turn I think that they didn't play it, and kill the magma artillerist or whatever it is. They played something else, and I think that we wouldn't have had necessarily Path to Victory beyond the Gear Seeker if they had played that first. But I'm not absolutely certain. So, anyway. Whatever they did, they probably thought it was right at the time, and it might have been right at the time. Maybe it was before they got Achik or something, or they got Achik and they played Achik out and they thought that was better. And it might have been if they had been attacking with the, like, some of the 1/1s at any point. But yeah. Or Achik herself, you know. But you had to lead something back, I think, to block there. Alright, so I've got to figure out what to take out for the Bloodthirsty Conqueror. And I'm not sure about Elenda, but Elenda's super sweet. And I'm not sure it goes in here. I definitely think we're going to take out So Chromatic Lantern has to go out for a Patchwork Banner. That I can do really quickly. And then Crackling Doom can easily be replaced with the Fell the Profane, I think. And Blasphemous Edict can take the place of Damnation. I think I like Blasphemous Edict better than Damnation. Because usually, if you're not in a super competitive, like, pod, people aren't going to have that many more than 13 creatures each. And the Blasphemous Edict gets around Indestructible and Hexproof, so, etc. Damnation gets around, actually, Hexproof, of course, but the Indestructible, it doesn't. So that's the question there. Let me think. I mean, this one's just making Edgar attack for bigger. I think we probably just let that one go and put in the Bloodthirsty. I just didn't have that many 4-drop vampires, so I was like, I want one. Well, Linda also works in that 4-drop slot, so... But yeah, so we're gonna pull Bloodsworn Steward out, which is fun, but, I mean, and Edgar attacking as a 6/6 first strike is nice, as opposed to a 4/4 first strike, but that is not anywhere near as good as this card. So we're putting this card in. So we got a Bloodthirsty Conqueror in our deck, which is sick. Then we have a Damnation coming out for a Blasphemous Edict, which I love. It's also often cheaper than the Damnation. And then Fell the Profane comes in for Crackling Doom, which I just wanted because I was the Mardu deck, and I was like, I want to do this. It seems fun. But no. It is fun with, like, Florian because it deals 2 damage directly in addition to them sacrificing the most powerful creature they control. It might not be the best creature they control, but it's definitely it says greatest power. But the 2 damage each does, you know, things for Florian, but that's not worth doing that instead of a Fell the Profane, which can double as a land and is just a really nice removal spell for that price, of, like, having the ability to be a land when you need it and a spell when you... a good spell when you need that. So chromatic, so I gotta go find a Patchwork Banner, which I'm gonna go do instead of this Chromatic Lantern. I do love Chromatic Lantern. I think it's a perfectly serviceable card. But in this deck, I think the Patchwork's gonna be much better. So, I will be right back. Can I go get one of those? I think I know where they are. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay. It might be some time to do some giveaways for some patchwork banners. Or at least put a patchwork banner in with some other cards in a giveaway. But here's a foil that we have. We have 2 foils, so that's cool. Yay. Okay. So patchwork banner going in for our lovely chromatic lantern. Whee! Okay. So those out. Chromatic. Okay, so that's in. Do I want Elenda, chat, is the question. Should she go in this deck? How strong has anybody played with this in, you know, with Elenda in EDH? This isn't a dedicated life gain deck. And she's very good anyway, but I feel like she's not outside of a dedicated life gain deck or a vampire deck that has specifically goes for life gain. I feel like she's not good enough. You two? Okay. All right. So we have some confirmation of that. That's good. Okay. I think that, yeah. I've never played her in EDH yet, so my instinct though says no, not so much. Okay, cool. So I've got my Bloodthirsty Conqueror. This makes me feel even crazier about this deck. This deck is crazy. For what I normally do, I normally build pretty tame decks. This one is still not like as competitive as you can build this deck by any stretch. It is good, not a great build. But I don't really tend to like very, very high-powered builds. So, this one's strong, just not what you can do with it, Kerr. All right, so perfect. So that's good. That's what I wanted to do with this deck. Excellent. Karmic Justice. Karmic Justice is a really fun card. I think I have the anime version of it, the like one from the Wild Tales, Enchanting Tales or whatever it was from Wilds of Eldraine. That is a fun one. Okay, so let's open a pack or so. Pack openings of Unfinity. Now, what you should know before we start that is that... Oh, that's taking the light. Move this over here. Okay, so we have in fact already opened, of course, the box topper, which was a lovely, lovely Sacred Foundry foil. Amongst the packs, we have already opened a couple really pretty Planet Lands. I love these. They're so gorgeous. Props to Adam Paquette for this crazy art. And we have opened one shock from the regular box. The boxes have on average 2 of these, of the extra ones beyond the box topper. I have opened a box with 1, which was really sad. Like I said, normally I'm not that lucky with box openings. But I don't mind. It's for some dopamine for chat and for me. And sometimes we get lucky, so it's okay. Usually not, but it's fine. Everything's fine. And I can get good cards to give away and do things with. So the Temple Garden. So hopefully we'll get another one. I would love to get another one. My friend has opened ones with 3, so that would be ideal, but I would be so happy with 2. I would be so happy with 2. So let's see whether we can get another one. And failing that, more Planet Lands. So we'll open a couple of these. Did anybody get to play Unfinity in Limited? I actually did not. Unfinity was one of the ones I never got to play with friends in the store in like a limited draft. Like, I never got to do it. I've played all the other unsets, but this one I haven't. So let me know if it was really good or bad. So, the Astratorium's clown bots are programmed to delight attendees by any means necessary. Clowning around. Step right up. Blufferfish, I see what you did there. Gobsmacked. Stiltstrider. Rad Rascal. Carnival Carnivore. Somehow only the third most dangerous ride in the park. Done for the day. Scampire. Haberthrasher. I see what you did there too. Dressed to Kill. Ooh, lifetime pass holder. That is cool because it is used to it can be used outside of Unfinity, which is pretty cool. You can run this in Commander decks if you want. This is the, surface planet lands. They are not worth as much as the other ones. And in my opinion, they're really cool. They're really cool ideas. They're not quite as gorgeous. Let me know what you think. Cover the Spot. Bumper Cars. Clown Robot. And Unique Charmed Pants. And of the stickers, Mystic Doom Sandwich is still my favorite. We actually did open that recently, so I'm really happy. I like Mystic Doom Sandwiches. All right, here we go. Next one. So the other cards. So besides the fetches and the planet lands, sorry, not fetches, shocks. The cards in here that are worth a little bit are Saw in Half and Comet the dog, I believe. That's so fetch. Stop trying to make fetch happen, Captain Stabbin. Safety 12th. Down for repairs. Wizards of the Blank. Wizards of the Blank. What are we calling these wizards? Wizards of the Toast. I like it. What does he have in his hand? Are they just like... Weird. Okay, so it's just the stuff that's coming out of this clown bot, so it's just all the different colored stuff. Okay. Magic is the name of the game, is it? Is it really? A good day to pie! It is always a good day to pie. And now I want pie. In addition to not being suggestible at all, I also really love pie. I want pie. Okay, anyway. One clown band. Six-sided die. Haha. Coming attraction! Aardwolf's Advantage. Its name begins with A. Park Bleeder. Make a blank splash. So, the largest dunk tank in 47 galaxies. So, here's a bit of trivia that you never needed to know. 47 is Pomona College's number. I went to Pomona College in Claremont. And 47 is its number. And the reason 47 is the Pomona College number is that in the past, somehow, they did a survey. A bunch of students did a survey about which number people pick when asked to guess a random number, and 47 showed up, like 47 showed up an unreasonable number of times. For some reason, when people were picking a random number, 47 just shows up. That's what comes to mind for no idea why. But it became Pomona College's number. And 47, you'll see it show, because Pomona College has a ton of people who go on to be screenwriters for television and movies, you'll see 47 show up in a lot of like those shows. So some of them quite old, like Next Generation has a ton of 47s show up. Alias had the number 47 was super significant in there. I don't know if anybody remembers that Jennifer Garner show, Alias. That was a long time ago. I'm very old. Anyway, but 47 keeps showing up because that's Pomona College's screenwriters trying to work in the number to other places too and keep perpetuating it as one of the most random things. Anyway, make a splash. Pietra, Crafter of Clowns, alternate art. Lila, Hospitality Hostess. Ooh, pretty, 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 pretty planet plains. Look at that. How stunning is that? I mean, Adam Paquette just, oh, crushed these. So beautiful. I'm so happy to see that. Nice. Spinny Ride. Squirrel Stack. Beware squirrels. Treasure Token. Goblin Coward Parade. Can't block warriors. But yeah. So, anyway, sorry. I don't think you ever really wanted to know that. But anyway, College Pride. Sorry. My bad. But yes, if you see 47 show up in TV shows, that's most likely because it has, like, a Pomona College writer somewhere there. Okay. So, well, let's see. One more, I think. And we should start there are going to be more card giveaways coming up soon. I want to give away the alternate arts and I'm not going to be selling you on these because I don't like them. But I'm hoping some other people do. So, we're going to be doing giveaways soon for these alternate art cards from Ether Drift, which I cannot stand. But I have been assured that some people love. So I'm so excited to be giving these away to people who will hopefully love them and adore them and call them Steve. So yes, Draconautics Engineer and things and stuffs. And I'm going to be giving away these two because they're slightly damaged. They came out of the pack this way. This was part of the creator swag at MC Chicago. And literally, these were both in the pack, and this one was damaged up here, and this one was damaged on the back there. And I was like, what the hell? They'll make good giveaways, though. Be fine in the sleeve. Boom Mobile. The piss arts are all coming your way. I hope somebody likes them. Golden shower cards. Anyway, sorry. More of these thrilling... God, I hate these. I'm sorry. These aren't so bad, but I had the regular, so I wanted to give these away. They're so ugly. I don't mind this one. This one's cool, but I have more than one of it, so I want to give that one away too. And the graffitis are fine. They just have a lot. Some of them have a lot going on. But I have those in the regular, so I wanted to give away. So yeah, we've got a lot of uncommons as well, and commons that we can put in sort of with those. In foils and in non-foils. So it'll be fun. We'll be doing those giveaways starting soon. Alright. So, Rat in the Hat, starting off with this pack. Here we go. So, while the gremlin, beeble, and squirrel infestations wreaked havoc. Isn't it rot? Anyway. You can do wreaked. It is actually correct. It's okay. But I like rot better. Wrought havoc on the park. Roxy was able to spin the numerous rat colonies as a robust recycling program. Motion sickness. Self-explanatory. Hat trick. Behold, my hats. It doesn't actually read that. I just think it would be great. There are no small parts, only small performers for the glitter flitter. Mistakes were made, but not by me. Actually, yes, they were probably all made by me. Blank Goblin! This is fun. Did something in Legacy for a while, I think. Wait, am I right? Was it in Legacy that this did something? I forget. Or was it a different card? I forget. As well. This was a good one. I think. Anyway. Wait, does this say Goblin? Oh, Goblin Guest. Okay, we're fine. Park map. Useful. Angelic Harold. Haha. Sorry. alternate art. Trapeze artist. Heinrich catches the trapeze only about half the time. But he looks so good falling. Pin collection. Centaur of Attention. I see what you did there too. This is actually also legal outside of the unsets. Ooh, Moonton! Beautiful planet! Yay! That's so pretty. That's cool. Okay. Drop tower. Ferris wheel. Ooh, the 456 Ferris wheel. That's cool. I think I needed that. And clown robot and night brushwag ringmaster. Cute. All right. So, all right, back to this. Okay, so I will be back later on tonight, especially since Cube is there. We can do some cubing. It'll be great. Mine some gold. It'll be good. So let's go raid somebody awesome. Whom would you like to raid currently? Let's see who is on. Or that button is not working right now. Hello? Let's see. Let's try it again. Let's close that. Try this. Oh, there it goes. It's just not popping up. Okay. Got multiples of them. All right. So we have DeFore, who's amazing as a drafter. We have Mythic Maria, who's doing standard. We have Modern with Andre Mengucci, pro Magic player. We have... Who else do I recognize? Not that many, even though a lot of them I'm sure are amazing. I figure we go to DeFore or Mythic Maria. Maria has fewer viewers, but is doing standard. If you're dead set on drafting, we do DeFore, and I'll go with whoever says something first. Or I'll make an executive decision if nobody says anything. What do you all feel like, chat? DeFore. Okay, Vegas says DeFore. We got that. We love DeFore. DeFore's the best. DeFore's actually a teammate now on Magic Jake. So, yay! Something first, says Neon Red Gorilla. We going literal today. We're going denotation instead of connotation. Okay. Okay, we gotta go DeFore here. Okay, so you do what you're told. Exactly. Well done. No, that is an admirable quality. Especially for humor. Love it. Okay, sorry. So we are going to start this raid with wait, how is that working? Start raid? Yeah, there we go. All right. I thought I clicked it. I did not click it. Clearly I need to go to bed. Okay. So, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your help with my EDH decks and keeping me somewhat sane as I get, during all of this crazy, painful magic over the past few streams. This one's going better, so we'll keep going there for the Kaladesh, but Ether Drift. But Cube is going to be really fun. I'm really excited because we're already in Mythic. We don't need to rank up anymore. We can play Cube and just mine gold, and it'll be great. Even if we don't mine gold, Cube is always really fun. So I wish it were available all the time. I don't know if any of you share that opinion, but I love Cube. So it is so sweet. Whenever you're like feeling a little bit bored with the current format, you can just go Cube. If you could just go Cube, it'd be so cool, right? Or if you just have a few bad games and the other ones, it's just you know. Anyway, sorry. So we also have a YouTube channel. If you want to see like when I'm talking about having bad luck the last 3 streams, you can judge for yourself. The YouTube channel. This is the link. You can watch the VODs. You can watch edited videos. You can edited drafts if you don't want to watch like a whole VOD. Or get into that. You can watch box openings, etc. Anyway, I love you all. Have a wonderful morning, noon, night, afternoon, tea, second breakfast, whatever time it is for you. Cheerios. Mwah!